Alright. So on the last stream, a little bit of connection issues, but I was able to do the whole part of the investigation. What matters is the victim on the class trial today was Setsuka Chiebukuro. She was butchered in the haunted house inside the Devil's Altar. By butchered, I don't mean that she was just killed, as she was literally decapitated, dismembered, discombobulated, as you wish to call it. Each body part of hers placed in a different altar inside the Devil's Room. What a sacrifice! It was gruesome. Anything else to say about that? Not really. I mean, I can't really just start saying the clues, because in the middle of the class trial, they're just gonna talk about that. And do I have a suspicion of who did it? Maybe. I have two suspicions. But just because I know the methods, I still don't have enough clues to pinpoint who. And also there is the whole Kanade stuff. I just hope that Kanade... My hope for this class trial is not even to find out who killed Setsuko. This is the third class trial, the third chapter, is the midpoint. Usually where like the main bulk of the story needs to start making sense. Because by the end of the fourth class trial, we should start going for the whole revelations and what is the game supposed to be about. And the only one character that I still need to see something done for me to start getting the pieces together is a dog. It's not a dog, hold on. Okay, it's fine. It's Kanade. I need for the game to start exploring Kanade a little bit better, because I still don't know anything about her. I need to understand Kanade. I need the game to start asking questions. I think this is what is annoying Mikado. The characters are just going forward, are just moving forward with their lives, just like pretending that everything is okay as long as they explore, as long as they try to find a way out, everything's gonna be okay. And they are not asking the right questions. This is what is annoying Mikado. And it's kind of what is triggering me as well. So yeah, hopefully the questions are gonna start being asked. That's why I can start giving my own answers. Was this a save file? It was, okay. We're in the cusp of the class trial. Let me minimize this so that I don't have it on my face all the time. Whoop. Let's just go. We'd like to go to the class trial. Actually, let me talk with some cat. Let me talk to Mikado. I don't want to die either, you know. I'll be doing my best in class trial. Okay, just default answers. Shobai, however, I think Shobai is stuck. I think Shobai is stuck on this case as well. Either that, so he's afraid of the answer. Hibiki... Oh yeah, she woke up. Hibiki actually woke up on the very end of the thing. It is how... Are these really all the characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 characters, but since these two are always together, it just sounds so little people. For some reason, I had in my mind that there was more people, but this is all we got. Alright. Would like to go to the class trial? Yes. Let's go then. Let's go. The elevator, as always, made heavy metal sounds that it slowly descended downwards. Unlike always, nobody says a word. As if it is an unspoken rule, we should remain silent for now. I have no idea what the other students are thinking about in this moment, or why the Blacken among us is scheming right now. So you've come. Now hurry, to your seats, off with it. Whoa, what's with the hush? Do you have any idea what time it is now? It's already night time. It is bad for your health to sleep late, so as your teacher I'm just trying to save some time. Do you really think anyone here is worried about their health right now? How can a sane person worry about their health in a lifetime situation like this? Move, hostess, go. To your seat, got no time to waste. What's cutting into you all of it? Yoriko, calm down. We all know we can just ignore that guy. Don't tire yourself trying to argue with him, and focus on the trial. There's already 5 dead portraits, so there's only 11 of us left. I forgot her voice. And someone amongst those 11 will die in the spot. Well, granted that we get a killer right at this. Mom, Dad! See, stop crying. We need to find the baddie who killed Setsuka. Setsuka's death must have been painful. To tell a person's body like it's a toy. And here we go. My tongue is full of coffee. Give me a sec. Is there some lemon in the bottle? Can't forgive such an act. Orem and Hajime committed terrible acts as well. But this went too far. We're not dealing with a culprit. We're dealing with a monster. How could you do such a thing to a friend and be bonded with? That you bonded with? Bro, I agree. We could always depend on Setsuka if I knew this was going to happen to her. I would have tried to get closer to her. You're crying? Says who? Everyone, we need everyone's help to find the killer this time. Whatever the objective may have been, they went too far. Let's avenge Setsuka's death. Very well. It seems like you're all mentally prepared. So let's start the show. Better Alive, the 3rd class trial. Setsuka. The always scared and dependable Setsuka. Okay, this is the worst crime scene so far. I'm gonna keep saying this for every crime scene that shows up. But at the same time... I'm looking at it. Because usually I try to block the crime scene. I just go like... I just grab myself in the corner and go, ah! But this time I don't feel the need for it. I really don't. Because, I don't know, it's just clothes in pink paints, and there's a head that can be pretty much anything else. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to block this. And then YouTube's gonna be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? You would have been doing me if it weren't for her support all this time. I don't know what we're going to do without you from now on, but for now we will avenge you. We will find the devil who made you suffer so much. Their identity will be revealed here and now. With everyone preparing themselves, we now stand on the path of life and death. The trial of life or death. The lies, life or death. What? The betrayals of life and... okay. The truth or life or death? The excuse or life or death? The trust or life or death? The life or death? The class trial. I'm just fixing my water bottle that I just got out of the fridge and it's dripping everywhere. Would you like to say? I just did. Technically I just did, but I'm gonna do it again. Okay, so the clues. Something I haven't done in a while. That is check the clues before the class trial. It's bullets. I can't zoom? Really? Space sample? No, I can't zoom. Okay. The victim is Setsuka Chibukuro. The estimated time of death is unknown. The body was discovered in the ghost house. The neck, shoulder, thighs, and ankles were all dismembered into 10 pieces. And near the abdomen was damaged. The culprits likely used something sharp to amputate the limbs. Part of the bones and legs have multiple bruises and fractures. Missing abdomen. Setsuka's abdomen was cut off. The cut was done in the great precision so that the contents did not flow out. This part seems to have no hidden mixture. There is no sign of where the abdomen went. Hidden mixture. Okay, so I did a little bit of a misunderstanding because what they say in the abdomen last stream, I don't remember. Maybe they were. Yeah, it was my own mistranslation. I thought the abdomen was the upper part. But no, it's actually correct on that part. I was mistaken. Like it's the chest that is remaining. The abdomen, the stomach area is okay. Wrist corpse. According to the monochrome file, Setsuka's body has fractures in several places. It says it was caused by something sharp. No matter what it was, it should and must have been brutal. Teruya's account. Teruya, who checks the inventory of various items on the island, said that many blood transfusion and medical kits disappeared this morning. I can't take off my earbuds. I don't know why I'm using my earbuds. They disappeared this morning, but the medical kit has returned after. So the medical kit and the blood transfusion bags disappeared, and only the medical kit came back. The blood transfusion bags have still disappeared. Hiroha's account. A little before 18 o'clock, Hiroha headed to the mirror house because of a meeting with Setsuka. She saw Hibiki entering the ghost house, but Hiroha assumes it is to use the restroom. Ghost house fuse box. If you go deep into the ghost house, there is an altar beside the crime. A breaker is installed next to it. Next to the door, not next to the altar. Other wires inside were cut up. From this we can assume the lights were off at the time of the incident. Like, here would be the door to the altar, and on the wall to the altar door would be where the fuse box was. It's saying it was in the same room as the altar. It wasn't. It was in the main room of the ghost house. Ghost house fireplace. There was a fireplace inside of the ghost house. The firewood inside was overheated. After the overheated? No, it was off. It wasn't overheated, it was put off. They put off the fire on the fireplace. After the incident, it was turned off. Oh no, no, it's saying that the fire on the fireplace was working. But once the incident started, it was put off. The fire on the fireplace. Fucking grammar. Unknown plastic bag. There was some unknown black plastic that was crumpled and thrown into the fireplace of the ghost house. The use of it is unknown. Falling screen. The decorated screen at the entrance of the ghost house was originally attached to the wall, but after the body was discovered it changed so there was a slight gap between it and the wall, enough to carry a human inside. The space was also marked with heavy bloodstains. Being near the flower bed. There was a discarded beam near the flower bed at the gate of the ghost house. It was most likely used to fix something, but what? Ghost house gate records. the records from the ghost house gates. So this is pretty much saying that... Where is the mouse? Here. At some point... let's see if I remember what happened here. One of these is Setsuka and someone else that went inside the ghost house. And then according to the... After, like during the parade happened at 6 o'clock. Somewhere before the parade, Setsuka and someone else went inside the ghost house. After the parade, when like we're waiting for Setsuka, trying to find out what happened to her, us, me and Sora, went inside the ghost house to search for Setsuka. We didn't find her, so about 10 minutes after that, we left the ghost house. And then there's someone else that came, that followed, someone went inside the ghost house. Then, presumably Setsuka went after this person. That was before the parade. After the parade, half an hour later, we went looking for Setsuka inside the ghost house. 10 minutes after that, we came out. And then a few minutes after that, whoever went inside the ghost house before Setsuka came out as well. And then before the body announcement, Sora, I'm trying to remember. It was Sora, Yoroko, Sora, Yoroko, Hajime, and the little dude. God damn it, you're the lucky student. Stupid names. Went inside the ghost house, found the body, and then the whole identification before going inside the ghost house, before going inside any of the attractions, was turned off. So that's why there is no out for us after that, because of the body announcement. Shinji's account. According to Shinji, by lunchtime today, the pool was disinfected and could not be entered at this time. It says on the rules that entering while disinfection is occurring is against the school rules. Swimming pool gate records. The records for the pool gate. So early in the morning, 2 people went in, and they went out. About 1 hour later. So during the day, according to Shinji, was during daylight hours. We can interpret this as like 12 o'clock. Someone went in during the time it was supposed to be closed. And then half an hour before the parade happens, someone else went in. A minute later, the person that went in on the time was supposed to be closed came out. And then during the investigation, someone else went in and they went out. Probably to investigate. I think. I don't remember. I really don't. A news bottle of antibiotics. An unopened bottle that fell on the corner of the pool. Usually you would think it's unrelated, but I think this might somehow be related to the case. But what does it mean? Just a bottle of penicillin. Right next to the pool. Closed. Unused. Sachin parade dolls. Is a Sachin doll. One used during the parades. They are stored in the warehouse of Block A. Now and before the parade occurred. It doesn't say here, but these Sachin dolls are actually... They are actually costumes. Are they costumes with an animatronic exoskeleton inside them making them move? No. Imagine Teddy from Persona 4. This is what they are. These just empty costumes that move around. It's crazy. I don't know. Like, I may have one reason because of that, but I don't know. Moving on. Monorail timetable. The timetable of the monorail. Every hour it stops for 1 hour for a safety check. The first train departs from B, etc. at 8. And the reverse train does not run until 5 minutes later. The last train of the day runs between 20 and 21. So we take about 5 minutes between blocks, or 15 minutes on foot, and throughout the blocks an hour. It's just the timetable to understand some functionality on the class drive. Skills. Are these equipped? They are equipped, okay. Picture sketch. Displays a faint image of the correct tense in each part of the closing arguments. I want this. Because the closing arguments on the last class trial kicked my butt pretty hard. Highlights the keywords. Oh, hello stream elements. I'm glad to see you here. Am I missing something? No, I shouldn't. I'm on live chat. Okay. Because sometimes YouTube does that. It separates top chats to live chats. I don't know what the difference is, but sure. Let's just go. Start a class trial? Yes, let's go. Let's start with the basic rules. Okay, we don't need this. Results of the class trial is determined by your votes. If you vote the correct blackens, only they will get punished, but if I pick the wrong person, everyone else, excluding the blackened, gets punished, and only they will able to escape the school trip. As this place always is huge? It's probably because there's a lot less of us now. Right. 5 already died, there's only 11 left. They all left us, one by one. Everyone, we're just starting here, so let's put away your negative thoughts for now. If you don't get a hold of yourselves, you could be very well be following the footsteps of those 5. He's right. We need only to focus on finding the culprit. Yeah, about that. I really have no idea this time. Can we really solve the case this time? It's alright, we have Kanade. She did most of the heavy lifting last time, so for this case... Then what if Kanade is the culprit? Then I guess it would be the end of us. What happened to your happy-go-lucky state, Iroha? Because Kokoro's already dead, and if you went for Kanade's last time, it'll be dead. And if that Kanade is our enemy, then that means I have no brains on our side anymore. Iroha, don't be so sure about that until the very end. Don't give up just yet on us, alright? Even if each of us aren't perfect on our own, that's why the trial exists. For us to debate through this together. I couldn't have said it better myself. They say well begun is the half done. They say well begun is half done. Moving on. And I'd say this is one of the best starts off, so that means... Would you believe it? We're already halfway through. My, that lifts my spirits up. I do my very best in the trial as well. Shutting up is the best you can do for us, so shut it. Right everyone, Shinji's right. Let's get this thing together and find out the culprit. That's what Setsuka would say if she was here, right? And our other social butterfly Hibiki is in, well, that state. Yeah, like that. Don't worry about it, sis. She's just a bit shocked. She'll be okay in a while. Don't worry about it, sis. She's just a bit shocked. She'll be okay in a while. Alright, let's start this thing. But as always, finding the best place to start is the hardest task. Mr. and Miss Culprit, please raise your hand. I thought it was worth a try. Well, we should go over the basics outline of the case. Wait, there's something I want to clear up first. Yuki. His name is Yuki. Yuki, what is it? You all read the monochrome file, right? The file this time around is honestly very poorly written. I mean, it doesn't even show the time of death. Did it? You know, it didn't. Did not it. Did it? Wait, but didn't Kokoro's case file also hide the time of death from us? That's because Kokoro's corpse was frozen, making it difficult to determine the exact time of death. In Yuri's case, it was clearly different. Except for exceptional cases, it should be given that the time of death should always be shown to us. Monochrome, care to explain this? My, am I the one at fault again? You're clearly hiding important information that is crucial for us to figure out what is going on in this case. Your code, please. There is no need for such harsh words. The monochrome file aren't your gaming walkthroughs. Sometimes we are forced to leave some details out. What do you mean by that? Let me explain. Well, in short, it's for the fairness of the trial. There are 2 cases where the monochrome files leaves out information. First are cases where it's just simply impossible to include that information. The prime example being Kokoro's frozen body, making it impossible for us to find the time of death. And the other cases where the missing detail is exactly what the culprit intended. Wait, come again? For example, let's say your culprit used some tricks so that we can easily determine the murder weapon. But then, If the monochrome file said the murder weapon is a knife, all the hard work done by the culprits would go to waste, no? So in this case, we intentionally leave out information about the murder's weapon, or at least make it very vague. What? First time I heard of such a rule. Because up until now, there was no need for the rule. It has exactly as Piccolo said. The case is such an example of that rule. How is that fair? You gave the culprit an edge. No, he's giving the culprit a chance. This is a game. What? Well, just imagine if you start killing people. Like, you have. Okay. Let me collect my thoughts. Imagine. Just imagine. You have a chance of defending yourself against a class trial. You have a chance of hiring the best lawyer in the whole planet to defend yourself against the most feasible crime on the plate. The most, I don't know. I guess any crime in general. However, this lawyer is not on your side. He's going to do everything on his hands to prove that you're culprits, even though you hired him. Hiding the information on the file in this game is the edge that the killer have of maybe he's able to escape. So yeah, you're giving the culprit an edge? Yes. Why are you giving the culprit an edge? Because it has to be fair. In the end of the day, the game has to be fair. And the game isn't fair, then why are we killing people? Why are we doing this? If it's not supposed to be fair, fuck off. No, not entirely. Or that. If they hit the time of death, that means there was a reason to do so by the culprit. In other words, when did Setsuka actually die? We should start from there. We should end there. No. That is the big question. But I think that is the last answer to get. They don't stop debate when I begin, but I'd like some explanation. Oh, I pressed yes. The objective is a non-stop debate to find out the weak point in an argument, then use the evidence to refuse it. The current progress of the debate will be displayed in the top right corner, over here. The weak points you'll be looking for will be identifiable as orange text, these ones. Aim the cursor at the weak points and press the selection key Z to fire the truth bullet. You should only shoot your truth bullets at the weak points, not doing so will lower your score. Point the cursor at the weak argument, use the right truth bullet and shoot. If you need, use the shift key to swap between truth bullets. Beware that there will be more than one weak point in arguments. However, not all the weak points are wrong. Shooting the wrong weak points will lower your health. If your health reaches 0, you will fail and have to restart. Be cautious, beware, find the truth for your sake and for everyone else. Good luck. Why is it in Korean? What? When did Setsuka die? The last time we saw Setsuka in person was during the breakfast meeting. And we found the corpse around 8 in the evening. Right? So between morning and evening. Is that too long of a gap? Isn't that too long of a gap? We can't help that there is no witness that saw Setsuka after breakfast. Between when we last saw her and the time of discovery of her death. We just have to randomly search between those timestamps. Oh, that's just dumb. Is there another way to estimate the time of Setsuka's death? The body was found in the ghost house, so in one way or another, Setsuka must have entered there. If we had some clue related to that, we could probably better determine Setsuka's time of death. The ghost house gate records. What? Did I not? One of the bullets disappeared. No witnesses saw Setsuka after breakfast. Actually, there is someone. But I don't think this is where the game wants me to go. Randomly search between those timestamps. I forgot to remove the skill. There is a skill that every time I do one of the minigames, it lets me save. I forgot to remove the skill. The skill is useful, just for like live stream sake, it just takes a lot of time. No, Nike, perhaps we can narrow the time frame further. That was something that came to me while I was investigating. Setsuka's body was found in the ghost house, right? So by looking at the gate records, I can probably deduce something. Agreed. After all, our interaction in the Satsuki bed requires us to input your handbooks. And the gate keeps tracks of all those records down to every minute. Wait, the gate does record timestamps, but it don't show whoever it was that entered, so we don't know which out of those records is Satsuka. No, not exactly. Just like Sora said, we can assume the time period of Satsuka died using the gate records. Kanade. So you can assume the time range just from the gate records. Sora, did you perhaps happen to write down the gate records? Well, yes I did. It's on the table. Now you're talking. Please everyone take a look at this. What the hell is that? These are the gate records to the ghost house for today. Wait, Sora, you should have got everything right. If you by any chance got anything wrong with going a wild goose chase, we just ask Monocro. It is important for the class trial, you can provide it. Don't worry, it matches with the real one. I have it perfectly memorized, but you didn't... to say so. Since the timestamps are very crucial to this case, from now let's help refilter the 24-hour clock to avoid confusion. Now let's go over them one by one. Now the most important ones are the ones between 1755 and 1942. Those 4 ADs records at 1958 are when Sora, Shinji, Yuki, and I had found the Hibiki was there. Kanade. Was it Kanade? Well, she's saying it was. Where was Yorko? Yorko was on C with Nikki. Yeah, right. So I can ignore these. Wait, these are the records for the whole day. Then does that mean the first time anyone entered the ghost house today was 1755? Correct. And someone else soon followed 2 minutes later. KU5BO1. This was probably Setsuka. Probably. I can't tell just by the timestamps. Oh, I see. This idea had no out records. So this must have been Setsuka who entered the ghost house and was murdered there. Exactly. In other words, the murder couldn't have happened at any point before 1755, but the ghost house was first used by someone. Wait, but these 4 records of 1958 don't have any out records as well. Wait. Oh yeah, they disabled the gate system when a body's found. I must stop the F-bomb on you. I must drop the F-bomb on you. Couldn't you for avoiding it that time? So let's see. We can assume that the person who entered at 1755 is a culprit. They somehow managed to call Setsuka to the ghost house or entered before her, and probably ambushed her as soon as she entered. Yep, so the time of Setsuka's death would have been between 1755 and 20, where the body was found. There was a long period of time before anyone else entered the ghost house and Setsuka entered. The culprit probably used this time to dismember Setsuka's body. Dismember, just thinking about it. Wait, what? Something feels a little off just now. We received a message from Setsuka right before the parade that she had some business to attend. That was when she had gone to the ghost house to meet the culprit. Wait, isn't something... Wait, something's wrong here? What? Shinji just reminded me bringing up the... Shinji just reminding me, bringing up the chat room. If Setsuka was ambushed for entering the ghost house in 1755, then what's up with that message she sent long after that? I mean the one you guys told me about? Did ever whatnot? I was around 8 in the, I mean 20. What is it? Nothing. I just couldn't help but marvel at your stupidity, Yoriko. What'd you say? Didn't we just go over this? Who cares what the screen says about whoever sent the message? Obviously, the culprit stole the handbook from Setsuka to send us that message. She's right. If you can use the fingerprints to turn the handbooks on, you can send as many fake messages as you want. So like Hoema acted as Kokoro. Wait, there's something else that's bothering me. If the culprit entered at 1755 and Setsuka at 1757, who's this person that entered at 1924 and left at 1936? Ah, that's probably me. Kanade and Iraha should remember that, right? That was when we were searching for Setsuka in Block A. Ah, you're right. You've gone to the ghost house. Wait, what? Then you shouldn't have seen the culprit? What do you mean by that? So many voices. I mean, think about it. The culprits WN2LB7 entered at 1755 and left at 1942. If what Kanade said was true, she have stayed inside the ghost house taking care of the body. So that means the culprit was in there when we entered the ghost house. When you entered the ghost house. Ah, that's what I was wondering about, Nike. If Kanade's reasoning is true, then I should have seen the culprits. The ghost house was blackout at the time, correct? Maybe you missed it in the darkness. Yeah, but you can't miss, like, this sloshing of the carpets. But, like, that was a lot of blood. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. A whole lot of blood. It was literally a butcher's house. Nope. There's no way that could have happened. I searched every corner. And I don't think you can miss someone even in the dark who's cutting up a whole human body. Sora, are you sure you searched everywhere? Of course, I know it was dark, but... No, not then. After the body was found, when you were investigating. The lights were definitely on, so if you searched truly, you should have seen that place, right? That place? Was there any room for the culprits to hide and take care of the body? Is she talking about that place in the entrance? The screen. Yeah, the screen. Where is the screen? Here. Are you talking about the folding screen near the entrance? So you're suggesting that the culprit hid behind that? Exactly. I should have seen it, but the trail of blood in the ghost house originates from the large pool of blood behind the folding screen. The culprit moved the folding screen from the wall to create a small room between them. With the ghost house being dark, it would be extremely difficult to figure out that there was some room behind it. So that's why the culprit was cutting up Setsuka. But there was a blackout at the ghost house. Could someone really perform such a delicate process in a dark room like that? That's not really a problem. Only 3 people, Setsuka and the culprits, and Setsuka, the culprits, and Sora entered the ghost house. And all they had to do was finish the job between 1923, when Sora entered the ghost house. I would also explain the fireplace being put out. And it doesn't contradict your parade schedule. But someone saw this out for me, I have no idea what's going on. It's simple. The person who entered at 1755 or left at 1942, that person is the culprit. I don't disagree with this. I have a different idea of the events, but I don't disagree with this. So we should ask about everyone's alibi at the time. The people who don't have an alibi would be... Well, we first have to exclude the people that watched the parade. The parade started at 18 and ended a little over 19 after all. And who are those people? Me, Yuki, Yoriko, Shinji, and Kanade. And Nike. Nike? I thought you still were gonna act alone. I was there for the article experience. Didn't expect them to be there. I don't try to divide us into separate teams. This is not a time for personal feelings to get involved. Wait, you forgot me. Iroha? But you weren't with us at the parade. Well, she did meet up with us right after the parade ended, so she does have an alibi. The culprit left the ghost house in 1942, so she couldn't have been the culprit. Thank goodness. So the ones who weren't there are Mikado, Teruya, and Shobai. And Sis. So the culprit is among those four. Well then, we don't even have to think about this. It's either Mikado or Shobai. Wait, we do have to think truly about this, bro. Please don't recklessly act by your emotions. What? You consider call me reckless. You are definitely right. I shouldn't act by our emotions. Alright, enough chit chat over there, you four. One by one tell us what you've been doing between 1755 and 1942. Mikado, Teruya, Shobai, and Hibiki. It's true that these four without any alibis are the most suspicious ever. Let's hear what they have to say. Can I change the bullets here? No, I can't. I'm ready for doing that. I was simply raising my MP in my room. Mysterious heroes come. I was at the marks doing my item checkup. I don't have any proof though. Sis, where are you all day? I don't know. I really don't. I didn't go anywhere today. Oh. Shobai, is your turn. Library. Reading books. Well, he's not sleeping for once. If we were to follow Kanadi's reasoning, there is definitely a suspicious person out on this floor. There must be someone here that is lying. Let's go over them one by one. Okay, Ziroha. I was simply raising my MP in my room. Market checkup. Any proof of that? See is very all day. I don't know, really don't. I didn't go anywhere today. Save the game. I should have taken off this stupid skill. Hibiki, wait. So you're telling me that you didn't go anywhere today? Then how do you explain the existence of a witness seeing you enter the ghost house? What? Iroha said that she saw you there, right, Iroha? Oh yeah, I saw her a little before 18. I was going to the Mihor Mansion after receiving a message from Setsuka. Wait, 5:55? That matches with the timestamp on the gate. That was when I saw her, I'm sure of it. What? Hibiki entered the ghost house at 5:55. Are you sure about that, Iroha? I should go back to 17. I'm positive. It was definitely Hibiki. She wandered about until finally entering the place. What are you talking about? I never entered there. I've never went there. She's crying. Perhaps Iroha mistook someone else for Hibiki. She is an idiot, after all. I don't want to hear that from the likes of you. Iroha's account has some validity though. Part of her account was already told by us. Already told to us by her even before the crime happened. That she was supposed to meet with Setsuka at Mihor Mansion at 6. Considering both from the location and timing standpoints, it does sound persuasive. Then, does this mean Hibiki is the culprit? Why am I the culprit? No, I'm not. I don't remember anything, I can't recall anything. I'm scared, Suka, help me, wah! Bronze Warrior. Sis, wake up. Setsuka's not here anymore. I'm not the one who caused this, but maybe we should think about this one more. Hibiki's been tired ever since yesterday's motive reveal. But to make things worse, Setsuka is no longer with us. Comfort her. I'm not saying that my account is false, but the trial has just started. And I can't help but feel bad for Hibiki. Why? You got a point, but can't you can't deceive the gate records. The crime did happen in the ghost house, and by the gate records, the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. And Hibiki is that person. Hibiki, if you're really innocent, answer us. What were you doing at the time? I don't know. I can't remember, I just can't. My. It seems like you have a total ability. It seems like it's just a Mortal Kombat reference. Babality. Babality. Shut the hell up, Mikado. Well, I think we're pretty much done here. As you can see, the gate records are decisive evidence. She probably didn't expect her trails to be caught by the gate records. There's no doubt that she's the culprit. But I do think she's acting a bit weird, she's the culprit. And she is crying. Kanede, what do you think about this? She's your family. Do you think she's the culprit? To be honest, I figured this would happen since the investigation. What do you mean? Sis was always like that. The more she's cornered, the more she reverts back to her childlike manner. And if that was brought to this extreme, she loses her memory. What kind of nonsense is that? It's something that only I knew. When her puppy that she raised when she was young died. When her best friend was severely injured after falling down the stairs. When some of the melody-ridden staff went missing. Who went missing? And so repeats today as well. Y'all saw it, right? She's being frozen, like a lifeless puppet. I suspected this from her amnesiac state back at the trial entrance. I don't know anything. Wah! Maybe my why is a little more pinpoint than I expected. In other words, Hibiki did intend to murder Setsuka, but she herself doesn't recall it. That is indeed a possibility. Does that all still sound too unrealistic? Doesn't that all still sound too unrealistic? It does sound like nonsense, but Hibiki's state ever since yesterday motive reveal was extremely natural. It might actually be true. Wait, Kanade, isn't that a contradiction? Hibiki being mentally unstable, killing the only person who was keeping her sane? It doesn't make sense. If Sis really is the culprit, then you might have an idea why she killed Setsuka. And why is that? Each of Setsuka's body parts were laid on each below the altar, right? Did anyone take a glance at the signpost in front of the altar? Sacrifice your precious one, then the devil will be incarnated in front of you to grant your wishes. Or something along those lines. You don't say. Yep, Setsuka was someone precious to Sis. She killed and butchered Setsuka, out to grant her wish. What kind of nonsense is that? That's just a made-up gimmick for an attraction. You're telling me she actually believed that? Well, she wasn't herself the moment she saw the motive video. She was an idiot to begin with, but she was driven to a state where she couldn't tell apart fiction from reality. It actually was playing Danganronpa. And taking it a little bit too serious. Like the internet, but worse. Because she actually is a Danganronpa. What kind of wish could it have been? She wanted it so badly. If it didn't cost her precious friends. Our parents had died. What? I know this because our motive videos have been the exact same. Our parents have been ambushed and killed. That was our motive video. So yours was like mine. Then Hibiki wanted to save her parents. Hibiki in her wicked minds might have tried to grant her wish through sacrificing Setsuka, a precious friend to her. The trial hasn't ended yet, nor has the culprit been confirmed. But I at least know that my sister is like, and this is all based on that. Whatever happened, the fact that my sis is the most suspicious one here is inevitably true. Wow, Stream Elements! Stop. Stream Elements gonna talk about my dogs. Why? I wanna go home, I had enough. Mom, Dad, Suka, help me. No, I don't want this. She broke down. Can I do something? We can't do anything right now, she's like that. Try to console her like you usually do. It's useless. Nothing would calm things down now. And at this point, it's almost been confirmed she's the culprit. How can I be so calm about this? She's her family. I mean, I can't help it. She tried to survive and escape this place alone. Poor little sis. I feel so bad for you. So adorable. Jesus Christ, dude. Hibiki, don't just cry over here and say something. Did you really kill Satsuka? Try to remember. I don't know. I wanna go home. Yoriko, I'll try to talk to her. Sora. Is Hibiki really the culprit? Even if the gate records are decisive evidence, is it enough to decide the culprit on his own? If she really is the culprit, there must be something more than this. I should present that to her, memoryless or not, so that a truth that everyone can accept it will surface. 10-minute talk shooting is about to begin. 10-minute talk shooting. Oh, it's this one. The person defending themselves is going to desperate, so they are going to throw a lot at you. I mean that in a literal sense. Of course, words are going to show up everywhere on the screen. You have to navigate the grid on screen using your arrow directional keys. You can only move vertically and horizontally, no diagonal movements. To shoot arguments, you need to tap the selection key Z. Your goal is to shoot the orange argument to show up on the screen. Avoid shooting the normal ones. Sometimes green arguments will show up. You need to shoot these twice to clear them. You can have a total of 6 bullets loaded at a time. You can see the counter on the bottom left. When you run out of ammo, use Shift key to reload. Fair warning, pressing the reload key will freeze you in place until your truth gun is loaded. When an opponent reaches low enough health, you'll be given the chance to counter them. Carefully select correct words from each movement key and give your rebuttal. If successful, your opponents will quite literally be done for. Fight against your opponents and come through as a winner, for everyone's sake. Good luck. And have fun. What am I? Oh. Do I shoot the blue? I don't remember if I shoot the blue or not. I shoot the blue, okay. I don't shoot the black. I shoot... The blue is 3. They didn't say anything about blue. Okay, this may be impossible to get everything. I don't have enough bullets. And I don't load fast enough. Ah, okay. I don't have to get everything. Oh, little bit of lag. What is going on? Why is it lagging? Oh god. No. I don't even know where my health is. Oh, it's down there. Okay. I'm winning. Technically, I'm winning. It's just there's too much things to shoot. These controls are kind of stiff. Now I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Points minus. From the very beginning, are you kidding me? Just not enough bullets. Where am I? Okay. No, forgot one bullet. Why did I... I mean, if I go on the rhythm that I'm going, I'm not gonna lose. Unless there's another... Okay, it's the last one. Hairpin, drop. What? I'm not gonna lose unless I keep getting the last argument wrong over and over. That's what I was trying to say. I can't remember anything. I never went to the place. Hairpin? Ah, it's not hairpin. Dropped, hairpin, happy, ghost house. Whoa! It's purple. Why is it purple? It's lavender. Yeah, I'll save the game. I guess I'll save the game. Hibiki, there is decisive evidence that you went to the ghost house. When the announcement for the class trial was made, I found and returned your hairpin that was dropped on the ground. You're not going to say that you don't even remember that as well, right? Huh? What are you talking about, Sora? Hibiki's hairpin was dropped on the ground at the altar. At that time, I didn't think much of it and returned it to her immediately. Wait, what? Sora, you found this hairpin at the ghost house? Oh, I see. Sora was the one who tied Hibiki's hair back up during the investigation. Wait, that's crucial evidence. Why didn't you mention this before? I didn't think that she'd be the culprit at the time. And I just thought that she had dropped it somehow, right then and there. Hibiki's hair was untied when Setsuka's body was found, right? But Hibiki I saw enter the ghost house in 1755, she had her hair tied up. So that would mean that she got her hair untied doing some business in the ghost house. Wait, but how could she done notice her hair being untied? And this all feels so forced, for the culprit to leave her belongings so easy to find at the crime scene. Too forced? Are you implying that someone might have tried to frame Hibiki? I agree that this result is a bit sloppy. Too many unanswered questions. But forced or not, she is undeniably truth here. There is an undeniable truth here. That this hairpin was dropped at some point in the ghost house. That my sister had entered the ghost house today. Memoryless or not, she definitely entered the place. But according to the gate records and excluding Setsuka and Sora, there is only one person who entered the ghost house, and that person is the culprit. Thanks to Iroha's account, we have proven that she has entered the ghost house. There have been evidence to confirm this. That is quite undeniable, indeed. I don't know. I really don't remember anything. Anyone please help. Right, Kanade here for me. Kanade's here for me. Kanade, help. I only have Kanade. Kanade always by my side. Kanade, help. Wake up, Hibiki. No one's at your side right now. Huh? There is no mom or dad, no Suka, whatever. There's nobody to help you right now. Stop being such a crybaby and admit it. There is too much evidence pointing at you as the culprit. Kanade. I don't want to do this either, sis. But with the hairpin and everything, even I can't cover for you anymore. You killed Setsuka. Me? I killed Suka. Why? Did I really? By those words, and you admitting that you did it. If what Kanade said is true, Hibiki should have no memory of that. That's why she's acting like this. If we could explain what happened in this case with reason, maybe she'd be able to remember the crimes and admit it. Wait, if that is true, then Hibiki herself doesn't even know what she did. Can we really vote someone without much certainty? A class trial should be run with the given evidence as the basis. If the culprits pointed by evidence logically refused and there is no contradiction in that, you will need to find another possibility. Sorry about that. But Sis didn't refute anything. There is really no other evidence to prove her innocence either. I might have killed her. Huh? I don't have any memory, ever since this morning. Maybe, with a motive and all, I might have killed Suka, like Kanade said. No. Sis. But there is more evidence. There is more evidence. Guess it's the end, right? Well, this feels like it ended too quickly. To do such horrible things to Setsuka only to get caught this easily just by the gate records. Well, Kanade is smart, after all. She did single-handedly solve the last trial as well. Well, that was easier than I expected. Why do you do it, sis? Why would you kill someone? Dog. Was it really because you wanted to grant some wish? I don't know. Dogs again. Let me check this. It's some random dog just prancing around outside. I can't do anything. I can either go forward with the dogs barking on the background, or I can just wait for them to stop. Because they are going to bark. I have one of those neighbors just decide, you know what? I'm just gonna let my dog run free. Uncollared, unsupervised, just do whatever he wants. He needs to exercise, so just let my dog do whatever he wants. It's not like he's gonna bark or bite anyone. He's a pretty good dog. He is a pretty good dog. But that doesn't mean he's not disrupting. That doesn't mean he's not disrupting. He's a nice dog though. He's very well behaved. I don't like to complain about such a good doggy, but god damn it. I'm trying to do a thing here. I'm scared. Can't remember anything. Am I gonna die? Is this really the end? For an investigation, I expected this case to be much tougher, but she got caught already. I feel like I should object. Object? There is too much evidence backing? Throwing her into a corner that I don't know what to say. It's already over. Wait, we're shooting this through once more. I think Hibiki is the culprit. I just want to get out of this place. This is too much. I don't know about that. I do agree that Hibiki is almost certainly the culprit, but this ended too abruptly. Well, it seems like you're unsure about this. I'll ask you once more. Have you chosen Hibiki as the culprit? Can I take this silence as a yes? Well, what are we to do then? Hibiki herself admitted it. I don't know what to do anymore. Let's just end this. Very well. I feel as exhausted as you do, but I guess just one way to end this. Now then, everyone vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Without answer the truth, or not. Now! There we go! Unbelievable. How the hell did you guys even survive 2 of these? I don't know, Shobai, you help me. I actually was starting to panic. Shut up and listen to me. I'm running this trial now. I need more than 9 lives. If I left this up to you. The logic refresh is about to begin. Would you like an explanation? Yeah, sure. The logic refresh minigame is a minigame in which your fellow students will assist you. There are a total of 5 lines to navigate, similar to the Rebuttal Showdown. You can navigate those 5 lines using the arrow keys. You need to make sure that you're not selecting the lanes that have words coming from them. I am allowing the tutorial to go through, because the last tutorials were on the dubbed version, which has some grammatical differences and other corrections. This being the original version means that it isn't dubbed. It may have some different lines that may help or not. If you are on a lane with a word on it and it crosses the line, you will take damage. Your job is to collect the truth bullets that will also be flying by. There are a total of 3 truth bullets to collect. In short, avoid the normal words and collect the truth bullets that are being collected in the correct lane. What does it mean is, me, the person playing the game, the player, controls the purple. If one of the wrong arguments crosses this division here, while the purple, that is being me, is on top of the arguments, I'm gonna take damage. However, if I am on a truth bullet when it crosses the division, if the purple is here when it crosses the division, I'm gonna collect the truth bullets, and I'm not gonna take damage. I can take 3 damage. After completing the phase, you'll be shown the 3 truth bullets to collect it. Select the correct truth bullets that confirms your fellow students' arguments. With this, you'll be 1 step closer to the truth. Good luck. And have fun. We have likes and dislikes and a dozen mysteries. Try. Oh, you're talking too fast, Shobai. I can't. Okay, I can't read all of this. It's going a little bit too fast. How do I collect that? Not like that. Oh. Oh, I got punched. Why even use the argument? Colgate records? Okay. I guessed, because it was talking a little bit too fast. This is what the dub kinda... Because during the dub they are talking during this, you can hear the Shobai's voice. The one that is making Shobai's voice talking during this, so it helps. Since I don't have the dub, and it is going from left to right, which on the dub it actually goes from right to left. And my dog is barking in the background, and I'm gonna actually... Oh, they're fighting. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop that. Okay. Yeah, on the dub, this is a little bit easier. That's what I'm trying to say. And now I saved the game. What is up with you? I was scared by us, and now you want suddenly here to run things? Careful, you might be trying to distract us. The Poolgate records. Sora? Wait, the reason we focused on the ghost house was because Setsuka's dead body was found there. And the gate records had an ID without an out record, right? So, there is another attraction with an ID that has no out records. Huh? Really? It's the pool. Everyone, please look at this. These are the Poolgate records for today that I've taken notes of. Huh? Huh? You're right. The person who entered a 1724 NU30D2 has no out records. What is going on? That's weird. There was no one there when I went there. Oh, so the person that entered in 1910 and left in 1915 was you. When we were searching for Setsuka, right? Yeah, I went straight to the pool as soon as I entered Block C. But according to the records, shouldn't there have been someone when investigated that? There was also a closed bottle of penicillin that you missed for some reason. But I don't remember seeing anybody. Wait a minute. Maybe the closed bottle of penicillin makes more sense now. Well, there was an ID without an out record at the ghost house when I didn't find anyone at the ghost house, remember? Ghost house, ghost house, ghost house. There could have been a hidden space in the pool like the ghost house, or... Anyways, it's true that the pool also had an ID without an out record. So this is something we shouldn't just gloss over. Yeah, there is half the map of... There's half an inventory of truth bullets to go through. Sorry, I knew it was suspicious, but Hibike's reaction was so convincing that I... Huh, so you knew about this. Have you lost your mind? You knew this and let those idiots choose that brat as the culprit? I could say the same about you. Why are you suddenly helping us? She's right, you always made fun of us. You know, I'm a guy who tries to live his life as efficiently as possible. I cannot allow any damages or any loss of resources with every action. If a problem can be solved without my efforts, why even bother? But look what happened here when I left this on your hands. We're about to fail the trial when you're going to cost me my life. All of my deficient philosophies are worthless when I'm dead, right? My own life is more important than any... So what now? How can we believe you? Shinji, wait. Let's just let him do whatever he wants to do. Are you sure it'll be alright? Shobai is the literal definition of self-centered. He only cares about himself. For him to act like this probably means that we're wrong. To be honest, I felt that something was wrong even before Shobai brought it up. So by us failing the trial, are you implying that Hibiki is not actually the culprit? Of course. Why the hell would I be talking like this if I wasn't? Be grateful. We all were just saved for certain doom. But don't worry, you're gonna operate up big time after this is over. What's up with that attitude? You think you're smart? Wakanari is much smarter than you. No, she isn't. And the smartest girl here didn't even check the gate records for the other attractions. Huh. Even more fucked than I thought. People get records. Of course I checked them. And yet you didn't object to all this. Whether the pool has an out record or not, the body was still found in the ghost house. Isn't it natural to procure a procedure to focus on the crime scene where the body was found? That reminds me. What? What? I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but I mentioned this to Sora, right? That the pool today was closer in the daytime. Does that have anything to do with... What do you mean by that, bro? Well, around 12 in the daytime or so, I went to the pool to take a break to work myself out. But it was sanitation time, so I ended up coming back empty-handed. Pool sanitation time? There was a small sign in front of it. It said not to enter, and if you did, you'd be punished by the school rules. Wait, I never heard about that. I guess I forgot to mention this. But the pool in Setsuka Land goes into a sanitation once in every week. During this time, all the water in the pool is drained, and there are a lot of chemicals involved. So we give everyone out. If I don't mention the violation of the rule part, someone might have just barged in there and get in danger. Well, I guess no one would risk their lives to enter there. But that's most confusing. I recall that today was not the day for pool sanitation. And I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say this. I think you should stay out of the class trial. What? So that means there was a picket even though it wasn't pool sanitation time. Now you get it? That was put there by the culprit. Why do such a thing? Simple. There are some very important business in the pool that require nobody coming in. In other words, Setsuka didn't die at the ghost house, but rather at the pool. That's what I'm trying to say, Shobai. Yeah, you were all wrong. And that girl's been spouting nonsense. Shobai, wait. I understand that the pool has an ID without an out record, but that alone doesn't disprove that a ghost house isn't a possible place where Setsuka dies. What do you mean? You're saying that Setsuka could have died in either place, but Setsuka couldn't have been in two different places at the same time. Shut up. I'm going to explain why the murder couldn't have happened inside a ghost house. You, albino, put out the gate records at the ghost house again. Don't nod at me around, though I will show the records. But don't call me albino. My eyes are brown. And I'm purple. So by all your theory, the person who went on 1757 Setsuka Chibukuro, right? Because the only target was on the out record. And the WN, whatever who entered at 1755 and left at 1942 is the culprit. So that would mean that at least up until 1757, Setsuka Chibukuro was alive. The culprit left at 1942, so she had almost 1 hour and 45 minutes to do everything she needed to do. Where's my cell phone? No, I missed a phone call. Oh, that's not good. I missed a phone call. Did I miss? Was it today? It was today. Okay. I'm gonna take a break as soon as I get to the midpoint. I need to redo this phone call. What about that? Idiots. You think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? Well, we never tried it ourselves, so... Let me tell you, ignorant brat, something. It's impossible. You need at least 1 more hour. Especially with a case like this. What do you mean? I looked into the corpse. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. They didn't just cut it. They stitched it up so that the insides wouldn't flow out. Whatever it is, it wasn't their first try. It was a work of a pro amongst pros, I'd say. And it was such a disgusting professional among us. And that'd be you. You're a criminal, right? You even stabbed Sora without hesitation for the first day here. Well, I guess I could do it. But that's all the more reason I can't guarantee this. There is no way someone could manage such a task in less than 2 hours, even for a professional. If anyone else said that, it would have been sounding like nonsense. But coming from Showboy, a criminal on active duty, why do you know how to persuade someone? Well, I entirely agree with you. It should be tough with just 2 dismemberments, but the crime doesn't end there. Doesn't end there. The culprit needed a carefully put each body part on the pillar, create some room behind the folding screens. And in case someone enters, turn off all the source of light. And in fact, Sora did enter there. And turning off the lights is the final step. You can't dismember a body under no light. Since it's impossible to predict whenever you will enter, they will need to be given a lot of time before they finally turn off the lights. When doing all that in 1 hour and 45 minutes, wow, does it look possible now? So you had the whole day. It certainly does feel impossible, even excluding the dismemberments. And most importantly, blood traces were found, but no piece of flesh were found in the ghost house. They could have somehow taken care of the flesh parts. Hello? Have you been listening with only half an ear? I said that she had to take care of the insides. There needs to be cut off flesh ends lying somewhere around, which the ghost house didn't have. Now, if it was the pool, you gotta get rid of the flesh blood just by drowning it in the drain. If the killer didn't cut the body in the ghost house, then what was up with all that blood? Right, I thought it would be natural to have that much blood lying around if Setsuka's body was cut off in that place. If the killing didn't happen in the ghost house, then as Yoroko said, it wouldn't make sense for there to be traces of blood there. And considering its large quantity, it would be wrong to assume that it would be split blood from moving the body around. So that blood is... It is from... Teruya's accounts. Yeah, Teruya's account. The blood packs. Maybe the blood isn't from Setsuka, but from the blood packs at the infirmary. The blood packs for the infirmary, but we don't have any proof that anybody used them. Wait, I know. I saw them disappear. I told this to Sora, right? All the blood packs had disappeared just this morning. Yes, because of Teruya's account, this is a sure possibility. Wait, you haven't checked the infirmary items? I believed that it was something only I could do, so I was going to try and cover as much ground as possible. Teruya, if you had noticed the blood packs being taken, you should have at least told us that. Do you really not trust us that much? Trust us. Truth. Truta. Wait, did something happen between you guys? We can talk about this later. That isn't the focus right now. Why do you think, Shobai? What do you mean, what do I think? Of course, that's what happened. Though I didn't expect there to be a freak here that keeps records about that. There were a bunch of empty blood bags thrown away near the ghost house. All the blood in the ghost house is fake, a small performance by the culprits. Why go through the hassle of divert your attention to the ghost house? And sure enough, we all were focused on the ghost house until Shobai stood up. Like Shobai said, even when we went over the last time and about the fact that the place the body was found isn't necessarily the place the person was killed. The shock factor of the scenery of the ghost house was enough for us to gloss over that. If they had put that much effort in the ghost house, to make us think that the ghost house was there where Setsuka was killed means that the actual crime scene happened at the pool, not at the ghost house. It was under the table. Are you sure it was under the table? Yes, it was definitely under the table. What clues do you have that it was made under the table? Well, you see, because under the table, there was a thing under the table. It's just repetition of the same words, like ghost house, pool, under the table. I don't know. It was achieved by the culprit to make you not even think twice about any place other than a ghost house. But use all the blood packs. What if someone needs a blood transfer or something? There is no need to worry about that. I'll make sure to replenish the stock after the trial. There's still more? The amount of blood used was a lot less than the actual amount of blood packs taken. You call that a lot less? Let's just leave it at that for now. Maybe miscalculated amount of blood they needed. The important part is the crime happened at the pool. You got all that? You got that part, right? Well, the only attractions that had IDs with no outs records were the ghost house and the pool. And we just discussed the fact that the ghost house couldn't have been the place where Setsuka died. If you guys have something called brains, maybe I wouldn't be doing this much work. When did Shobai became the VP of this trial? My throat's getting tired. Stop changing voices every time. That thing is smart, after all. Probably even more so than Kanade. It's so unfortunate you only just use it for selfish gains. And she's laughing. A lot. Kanade? What's wrong? I've been listening to you all this time, but you're quite the comedian, aren't you? All these contradictions that you stick to your delusions. Well, sure, let's just assume that the ghost house wasn't the place where Setsuka died. Then what about the pool? Are you saying that the pool is a possible place? Is it not? Sora, the pool gate records. Sorry? The pool gate records. Show them to me. Alright. We can ignore the last two records made by Yoriko when we were searching for Setsuka. Let's take a look at the ones before then. Where is the pool or the ghost house? There is an ID without an out record, and that's Setsuka. We're all on the same page about that, right? Then Setsuka's ID should be the one that entered at 1724, NU 302. Yup. If you look at the gate records here, two IDs entered at 844 and 845, and left at 922 and 954. Correct? Respectively. Why did I read correct? In other words, there was no one at the pool between 945 till 1254. And we have only one suspect left, CN9FU3, who entered at 1254. If Setsuka died at the pool, the person with this ID must be the culprit, right? I guess so. What about that? Shobai said that the ghost house wasn't a possible suspect and there wasn't enough time for the culprit. But our suspect at the pool, CN9FU3, left only 1 minute after Setsuka entered. What? Oh yeah, that is true. Now a quote from your own words, Shobai. Idiots, you think at the time is enough to chop up someone like that? About 2 hours? Maybe. 1 minute? Even if Setsuka died immediately upon entering, it would be impossible. But by that logic, it's impossible for both the ghost house and the pool to be the crime scene. Wait, even if the pool is where Setsuka died, we found the body at the ghost house. Couldn't they just kill Setsuka at 534 and immediately leave with the body? I see. After all, what do gates matter to a dead body? So you're saying that the culprit somehow took care of the crime scene at the pool, and left at 1754, carrying Setsuka's dead body to the ghost house? If the pool is in place, then this is the only way the culprit could have... I'm sorry to inform you, that is also impossible. How come? The pool is a block C, while the ghost house is a block A. They are completely opposite sides of the park. Do you think anyone could walk that distance without getting caught, carrying a dead body of all things? By your theory, the culprits needed to leave immediately after killing Setsuka, leaving no time for cutting up the body. Then we're back at the start. Even if you somehow cheesed it and made it to the ghost house, it'll be too late if you start dismemberment then what? Why did Setsuka die, and how did she end up like that? It seems theoretically impossible. Well, I admit that my first theory was debunked by Shobai. That means we have to start from square one. No need for that. The crime is still possible even if we assume that Setsuka Chibukuro died at the pool. Really? Now, what nonsense are you on about? There is a clear contradiction here. Bullshit. It is all possible with as an accomplice. An accomplice? Shobai, you might know now this since you were always sleeping, but accomplices cannot exist. Even if there is an accomplice who have the real culprits, only one person can win and escape. There are no benefits to becoming an accomplice. Shut up and listen to me. While the other sis from the twins that you guys suspected, yeah, she's definitely not the Blackened. That's for sure. But she did enter the ghost house and left her hairpin there, so it's hard to say that she isn't unrelated to this case. So you're saying that my sis is an accomplice? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? You said it yourself. You don't have any memory and you lose memory when you're in a pinch. An accomplice who helped the crime but lost the memory of doing so. Don't you think that's too good of an opportunity to miss? What are you trying to say? By my theory, the real culprit used their twinsies in their own crimes. Give her a big mental shock or two, then use her as an accomplice. Once the deed is done, her memory will disappear, considering the existence of that accomplice. Wait, Shobai, but that raises some questions. If that is true, then the culprit needs to know the fact that Hibiki loses her memory, she receives a mental shock. Well, duh. That's why the person who knows that is the real culprit. Someone who knew about Hibiki's secret used her as an accomplice. Wait, the only person who really knew the fact was Kanade. Oh, her cross is two sticks with 4 billiard balls. It may be something else, but that is how I'm seeing this. If someone else has a different cross. I think hers is the first stylized one. Yeah, she is the first one with a style. Okay. What's Kanade? The only person who already knew Hibiki's tendency to lose her memories is you, Kanade Otonokoji. Ironic, ain't it? You're the one who revealed the fact. Congrats! You scored a known goal. Kanade Otonokoji, she's the one who did it. Wait a minute. Kanade's the culprit. What? Got a problem with that? Well, not exactly, but she helped us through the last trial as well. By that logic, Emma also helped out during Yuri's case as well. Wait, not everything has been confirmed yet. And we can't be sure whether there was an accomplice or not. Shobai, why do you think that these two are the culprits? I mean, I know I did the trial by myself, because we're about to die if I didn't. But even so, you should keep your brains only as decorations, don't you? The reason why Shobai is so fixed on Kanade being the culprit. Let's listen to what he has to say. I mean... You know what? Never mind. Let's just finish. What is the missing abdomen? Well, there were a lot of reasons to suspect. But first was the state of the corpse. The state of the corpse. The dismembered corpse, you mean? What do you think was the cause of death? Huh? I thought it was dismemberment. We don't know about that yet, bro. The files didn't mention the cause of death. The files said that something sharp was the murder weapon. So perhaps she was stabbed by a knife and then dismembered. Then she has some traces of being stabbed on her body. Was there none? Every body part was checked. Yeah, there weren't any traces of trauma. Oh, it's the missing abdomen. Then how did Sasuke actually die? Shobai must be suspecting Kanade because of some evidence. Let's look for a reason to suspect Kanade from the comment of others. Sorry about the dogs. Sorry about the dogs. And save the game, because it's been a while. Wait, Nike, did you say that it's researched through every body part? Yeah. It was hard for my eyes to do it, but we managed to... What you said just reminded me. It seems like every body part was carefully laying on the altar, but that's not the truth. One part, to be precise, the abdomen was missing, right, Shobai? What are you asking me for? But it goes right. The body is missing from the hip up to the part below the chest, with the booba. I was also reading the monochrome file as well, if I recall correctly. The area around the stomach was missing. Wait, the fact that they deliberately got rid of that part, that must mean there was some clue in the abdomen area. Oh, maybe they stabbed her there. They might have even tried to hide the cause of death. But why? I thought that there was a reason important enough for them to hide that. There was, actually. And what's that? You might not know this, but the stabbing mark on a body is different depending on the hand that you use. To be short, you can determine whether the stabber is right-handed or left-handed using marks. Oh, you mean like the direction? Because, how do I put this? Okay, let me explain this so that I don't seem like some kind of sociopath. We learned this. I am a gastronomy student. At gastronomy, at some points, we learn about cutting meat. And one of our instructors, there was a guy that specialized in hunt. Like on hunting game and stuff. For some reason, he decided to explain this to us. That he was able to identify if it was either him or his partner that was able to that was delivered the last hit. That gutted the pig. Because of the direction of the cut. Let me just show this real quick. Is it gonna show? It is, okay. So this is paint. Don't worry about it. I just need to start another squad to explain. But basically what he said, that he knew who gutted the pig in the morning because his partner was left-handed. So even if he was able to hold the knife as straight as possible, the knife would have a little indentation to the side because of the natural direction that his hand would have to make when traveling to make the cut. If it was him, the instructor doing the cut, it would be to this side because he's right-handed. The only way for the cut to be straight would be if you're holding for both hands, but then you don't deliver a good cut. So you're gonna have to do a bunch of little cuts in the same direction, and that just spoils everything. Okay, that's about enough about being a sociopath. Sorry about that. No, I don't want to save. I don't want to save the picture of me showing how to do cuts. God damn it. What happened? Whoa, what happened to the picture? I just noticed that it went... What happened? Oh, it minimized. Minimized by itself. To create space. Okay. Gonna turn? Okay. Really? But what does that have to do with hiding the cause of death? They say that only 10% of all people are left-handed. The majority are right-handed, and I reckon that this might be the real likely situation among us as well. Now what I think the mark indicated that a left-handed person was stabbed with his missing abdomen. Now what if the mark indicated that a left-handed person had stabbed the missing abdomen? You suggesting that the culprit is left-handed? Kanade, I'm asking just in case. What hand do you usually use? My left hand. Bingo. That was amazing. You thought about that just from the missing abdomen. How in the world does your thought process work? Well, when you see shit in life, you're gonna know that you're gonna be dealing with shit without even noticing the smell, just by the color of the walls. Yeah. There is one thing I would like to ask Shobai. Why did you know that Kanade was left-handed? You did suspect her based on the fact that the culprit was left-handed, right? Dago did some performance thing on the second island, right? In front of the shrine. The guitar she used was left-handed. You remember that from long ago. Wait, maybe all this time we're just pretending that you weren't interested in us, but in reality you were. Well, not in the way you think he is. Don't make me laugh. You might be under the impression that you have finally solved the case with your incredible intellect. But if we're really talking about lefties, there are plenty of people who are left-handed besides me. Like Iroha. Wait, what? Me? How did you know that I was left-handed? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. Why script your pen with your left hand, right? How could anyone miss something that simple? And Shobai, you still haven't solved the contradiction of the gate records. You need to move the body from the pool to the ghost house to block case somehow. Even with the inclusion of an accomplice in crime, that is still impossible. I'm so sorry, Missy, but that ain't quite the case. What? Did you really think that I suspect you just from the stabbing marks? This is just a conviction. It's not like the abdomen was actually found and I had material proof that the stab wounds. I just tried to come up with a reason why the culprit had to go through the hassle of getting rid of the body parts. Then how did you solve the contradiction of the gate records? I'll go over there now. Why do you think that was the actual reason this contradiction occurred from both the ghost house and the pool in the first place? Well, an alive person must use the handbooks in order to go through the gate. But since Setsuka couldn't do that as she was dead, only the in records get recorded. So when we rule out the places without any suspicious out records, only the pool and the ghost house were left. I'm using the wrong voice. Think about that once more. Only a virtual IDs get saved in the gate records, right? Y'all assume that ID was Setsuka just because it had no out records. So what? Just tell us already. Hasty, huh? To put it simply, all of the gate records of the attractions can be manipulated. What? Wait. The gates already require you to use your handbooks to enter or leave. How in the world would you manipulate that? Who said anything about using your own handbooks? Monochrome never once mentioned that you have to use your own handbook. He just simply stated that you need to use a handbook. That means... Yep, you can use a handbook of another person to go through the gates. Don't lie to us. How does that make any sense? Well, it does. I tried it. So back when we first arrived on the third island. Oh yeah, he asked Iroha's handbook to try to do something and then explain what it was. He's gonna show the scary face. Yep, there it is. So the reason you took Iroha's handbook was to try that out. Yeah. Everyone, do you know what this means? It means that your basis of the gate records was wrong from the start. But even if what Shobai said is true, it only became harder to or even impossible for us to identify who was who. Nope. If you assume that the gate records were rigged and reversed the thinking process, the case begins to unfold. My theory is this: Setsuka Chibukuro died at the pool, and the time of death was probably around this morning. Morning? Give me the records again. I'll go over them one by one for you. As you said, Setsuka Chibukuro went somewhere by the culprit's request, and that was the pool. Got that? If you look at the pool gate's record, Setsuka Chibukuro ID is probably IS3JZ2, who went in at 8:45. Oh yeah, right. DJ6S X7, or should I say Miss Canary over there, entered 1 minute ahead of her. But that would mean that Miss Little Sis left at 9:22, only 40 minutes to spare. And that's where the accomplice comes into play. I call out the twin sis as the accomplice, remember? 9:22 is exactly when she entered the pool. Using the handbook of a little sis. What is going on right now? I didn't quite understand. Me too. Oh, I see. Canada have her sis who was waiting outside the handbook from inside. The gates only check if a human being passes through them, so objects do not matter. The little shit was shown, of course, by the slightly little shade. And just as we were told, she receives a mental shock and loses her sanity. They call me the best crime tool ever, an accomplice that loses a memory. After that, the littler shit left the swimming pool at 9:54, setting up the pool sign so that no one will enter. Wait, what? I thought that the outbreak was 9:54. Wasn't that Setsuka? According to the theory, she would have already died at the point. None is to be confirmed that you can use a handbook that belongs to another. That would have been Hibiki using Setsuka's handbook. What about after that? The littlest shit came back at 12:54, carrying the tools needed to dismember the corpse. She used her own handbook at this time. After spending about 5 hours cutting the body up, they both left at 17:24 and 17:25 with the body pieces. They probably got rid of the sign at the point. The little shit threw the sign over the gates at 17:24. But the littlest shit put the sign back at the swimming pool and leaves at 17:25. As simple as that. Here they can use their own handbooks this time. Now, why do you think will be the end result that the gate trackers will follow the steps? That someone went in and didn't left, and that a bunch of people just went crazy and go blah, 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 blah. The end result? Well, Hibiki used Kanada's handbook when entering the pool, right? And since Kanada's ID already had an in record, it would show an out record. So when Hibiki left through the gates, the result output would have been an in record. I see. So that's how the pool had an ID without an out record. Ah, I see. Right. It's literally just to throw off. Yeah, okay. Now that I'm paying attention, it actually makes sense. If we apply Shoba's theory, that the actual reality of the pool gate record should be like this. 8:44 and 8:45, those two records would be from Kanada and Setsuka respectively. And the out record at 9:22 was Hibiki using Kanada's handbook to enter the pool. The out record at 9:44 was Kanada using Setsuka's handbook to leave. And she entered with her own handbook and with the tools at 12:54. Finally, after she dismembered the body, both she and Hibiki left at 17:25 and 17:24 respectively. Well, the other way around, for sure. Here, even though Hibiki was already inside the pool, this was the first time she used her handbook on the gates, which resulted in an in output. Thus, the ID without an out records in New 30D2 was not Setsuka but actually Hibiki. Yeah, Hibiki goes in, Setsuka goes in. Then Kanade goes in. Yeah, follow this one on the side, not this one. This one is not important. It's this one here. Okay. Hibiki goes in, Setsuka goes in, Kanade goes in, Hibiki goes out, Hibiki goes back in, Kanade leaves, Hibiki leaves. And then this one's was read the investigation. To try to... okay. It's just getting a bit complicated. Could you give me a simple example? That was... I think the drawing is in shared between the members. It just The drama is given to the player, not to the people participating in the class trial. So that explanation wasn't simple enough? You couldn't even understand that? Well, she is an idiot after all. But... wait, I get that you assume that the couple used the time between 1254 and 1724 to dismember the body. He wouldn't need ample time after all. But it took 3 hours to the couple to return to the pool from 954 and 1254. And you think that it would take 3 hours for me, the culprits, according to your theory, to just find the dismemberment tools? Who cares? The signpost would have kept anyone out of the pool anyway. You had loads of time to spare. Also, she needed to show at breakfast and say that Hibiki wasn't coming down because she was still in shock and crying and stuff. So Hibiki spent the whole day without eating. Or hopefully Kanade actually made the effort of giving her some food so that her stomach wouldn't suspiciously growl during this whole thing. Or not, and Hibiki is actually hungry for the whole day, because she didn't eat for the whole day. Iroha, you said that you saw Hibiki enter the ghost house a bit before 18, right? So the answer must have been at 1755, but they arrived after the swimming pool. Must have been then that the twins moved the corpse to the ghost house. After all, the body was actually found there. But how? Come again? I told you this before. How could you move from block C to A without getting caught? The only thing Shobai reduces is how the gate records can be explained, how the murder could have happened in the pool. Even he doesn't know how the body was moved, right? She definitely has a point. The corpse had the head, body, both arms, hands, legs, and feet. 10 pieces altogether. How would you manage to move them without getting caught? The first ever record of someone entering the ghost house was 1755. Since you have Iro as a witness, we can surely say that it was Hibiki who entered at the time. But by Shobai's theory, the culprit left the pool as 5:55, leaving only 30 minutes to move the body to the ghost house. But now that we know there was an accomplice, it would take half the time and effort to move all the body pieces, right? So each carries 5 total pieces. Do you really think that's possible? Sorry. Maybe they had some sort of bag that had the corpse inside. You know, like the ones in movies and manga. A corpse bag. Or a body bag. Now if someone finds you, how are you going to explain to them? What if they open the bag or something? That really is the main problem. Forget the time constraints, you need to stealthily move the body without getting caught. Ah, I just have an incredible solution. What is it, Nike? The monorail. We have the monorail that goes around each department. No, the monorail was in maintenance. If they used that, it would take around 5 minutes from each department to department, and as a plus, it wouldn't be seen as well. Oh, that's right. The monorail was in maintenance during... Wait. Starts at 8. 9, 10, 11. Maintenance at 12. 1, 2, 3, maintenance at 4. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm wrong. Sure, you can use the monorail to move without being seen and save time as well. But is it really possible for the culprit to use the monorails? Well, I'm gonna use this because I actually don't fully understand the monorails thing, but yeah. Nike, I'm afraid that's impossible. How come? It's definitely a possibility. Now, by the theories we're going with, the culprits must have moved the course between 7:25 and 7:55. If you use the monorail timetable, you'll quickly see that the monorails weren't active at the time. What? Really? Monochrome did say that the monorails were only active every other hour. A 1 hour activity, 1 hour of an activity. So every even hour they work, every odd hour they stop working. So between 17 and 18, the monorails were off. Right. But I don't recall seeing any monorails pass by. Monorail? Yeah, that's right. Nilcia said it. She used the monorails. What? But didn't Sora just say that? Shut up and listen. First, she leaves the pool at 1725, and moves the piece to the Block C monorail station. This shouldn't take long, right? She'll be moving within the same departments. She then leaves the corpse there and uses Setsuka's handbook to call out an airhead girl to the Mirror's Mansion. Then the older sis moved to the ghost house at Block A to deliberate to be seen entering the ghost house by the bobblehead girl. So many different names. She did it on purpose. Why do such a thing? Probably because Hibiki is a culprit in the trial. And we actually did so in the beginning of the trial, based on Iroha's account. Wait, why did you all think of me when you heard Bobblehead Girl? I mean, you are a Bobblehead after all. Mikado, why are you picking on Iroha? Why don't you pick on someone your own size, a worthless criminal? Go kill yourself. Jesus. My broken heart. Why do you shut up for 1 second? I'm trying to focus, damn it. First, 1755. The older sis enters the ghost house and cut the fuse and put out the fire to make the ghost house start. Next, she has to hurry, because that is another gauge record only 2 minutes after she enters. Since she used Setsuka Chibukuro's handbook when she entered, she used her own when leaving the place. This way, 2 in-out outbursts were recorded, and she leaves no sign that she was ever left the place. Y'all saw the parade together at 18, right? The littlest shit goes to the sea while the other little shit goes to the Block A monorail station. The monorail will start moving on 18, so she rides it from Block A to C, and carries the body parts to Block A through the monorail. This way, you'll be able to solve the time and the stealth issue. Amazing. It looked to be impossible at first, but now we have a clear grasp of what actually happened. And so, what next? Continue. There's not much left after this. Hide the body parts somewhere near the ghost house. And after confirming that white hair over there left at 1936, go inside the ghost house with the body. Here you again use Setsuka Chibukuro's handbook there at the gate. Since you use Setsuka handbook when first entering the ghost house, the standard result output will be on out records. Exactly. Everything left is simple. Set up the corpse on the altar and create a pool of blood using the blood bags. And then it's finished, the newly reformed ghost house, that with an actual corpse. Now with the ghost house case records until this point, Kamiya sum up to this. How is it? This is the result of this case. Kanade Otonokoji as the culprits and Hibiki Otonokoji as the evidence. That can't be. Honestly, if you consider Shobai's usual behavior into account, it's hard to trust him, but it's logically sound, and his reasoning is perfect. Kanade, are really the culprits? It is really Mother Suka. And I helped you without any knowledge of that. What should I do? I don't know what to do. Sis, don't cry. That beady hag is just talking nonsense. Are there any rebuttals? Rebuttal? I really think of yourself that you actually cracked this case. Let's get straight to the point. You're completely wrong, full of contradictions again. And to marvel the stupid of a theory, you have all questionable brains, don't you? What part of it is a contradiction? The part that the monorail isn't working? As much as this theory has holes with the Swiss cheese, the main problem are 2 big contradictions. Shobai, you told us that after leaving the pool, we left the body at the station, used the monorail to move to the ghost house, right? And remind us, whose handbook did we use when entering the ghost house? You said it was Setsuka's. And you think that's possible? Isn't it possible? The culprit must have had her handbook ever since. Because... Yeah, okay. Everyone, you might be able to pass through the gates using someone else's handbook. But only handbooks that activate are valid in this case. Shobai? Shit, you're right. I made a mistake. I see. Even if you have Setsuka's handbook, only Setsuka herself can turn it on. What's that matter? We had the same issue with Emma, but she used Kokoro's fingers. No, bro. That was possible because Emma cut and kept Kokoro's fingers. Shobai specifically said that the culprit left the corpse at the station. According to this theory, you will never be able to turn Setsuka's handbook on a ghost house. It takes a long time to arrive at blockade from sea even at running speed. Even if you use Setsuka's hand to turn the handbook on before you leave, you'll be turned off by the time you reach the ghost house. You're right. As we discussed in the last trial, the touchscreen lock on the handbook sleep mode requires the owner's fingerprints. Wait, speaking of Emma, why didn't the culprit use the method Yuki just mentioned? The method Yuki just mentioned? You mean cutting the finger off and carrying them? Impossible. Setsuka's wrists were cut off, and fingers were all fine. I mean, you could just carry those hands to turn the handbooks on. No, that's probably not it. Then we'd again have the problem how to carry the body without getting caught. Even if hands are small compared to the whole body, they still have considerable size, and you're doomed if they bleed. That is too much at risk at hand. Maybe they managed to luckily carry the body without getting caught. Really? Then let's assume that the culprit somehow solved this issue and let go of the next problem. Can we really go over the issue that easily? But actually, we have a much bigger problem here. Shoba said that the culprit hid the body parts near the ghost house to wait until Sora left the place. And may I ask you where that place is? How in the world can you find a place to hide 10 body pieces? If there was a pile of body parts near the ghost house, anybody would have noticed it. You would have seen an ashtray hidden all inside a bag. But if you hide them separately, it would take time for the culprit to gather back the pieces. You're not really going to say that the culprit also managed this through luck as well, are you? But if you are, we have our trusty Sora. She searched every nook and cranny near the ghost house, right, Sora? Oh yeah, I searched not only the inside of the house, but also the outside I was leaving the place. There was a corpse hidden near the ghost house. I would have noticed right away. No, wait. Maybe it's not the ghost house. Hiding in somewhere else other than the ghost house. Poor old Shobai. But we searched every other place as well. Sora, Iroha, and I searched basically everywhere in blockade, so there are no other options, Shobai. Dude, who do you think I'm suspecting here? If you're saying that you, who I suspect as a culprit, searched blockade, I mean, do I really need to say anymore? What do you mean? She just has to hide the bodies in place she's searching. She's the culprit. Now all she has to do is say there was nothing there. Socrates in front row, Shobai. You saying that the body was hidden at the complete opposite side of the park for the ghost house. What? The place I investigated was that area, the storehouse, and beyond. I hate to break it to you, little Shobai, but that is a bit far away from the ghost house. Don't you think? You little... Wait, what about that? Is there a problem with it being so far? We can move the body around there when there's everyone running about in blockade, right? The culprit must have moved the body parts at least after Sora left the ghost house, which is 1936. According to the gate records, the culprit carried the body parts 6 minutes later, 1942, right? Ah, so that's it. If you hide the body parts too far away from the ghost house, you wouldn't be able to retrieve them within the next 6 minutes. Sora even said that she looked outside the ghost house, so she would have stayed there at least 1 to 2 minutes after that. So we would only have about 4 to 5 minutes to move the body parts. If you want to move all 10 corpse pieces within a time limit, you would have hit it somewhere close to the ghost house. Wait, both Miss older sis and younger sis are in this together according to Shobai, right? So if they move them together, I told you, it's impossible even for 2 people. They would have to make 2 round trips even if there was an accomplice. Even in the case that we hid in the nearest storehouse, it's impossible to make 2 round trips within 4 minutes. Unless you have teleportation skills, that is. Teleportation? Then does that mean Mikado is... Wait, even the rules mention that I cannot use magic in motors. You do remember it, right? You haven't forgotten about it on me, right? Then what's actually going on here? Shobai, is that another way? See? They're all ignoring me because you made such an idiotic comment. I think you're mean they're ignoring you. Be quiet in the peanut gallery over there. I show my theory wrong? Canadis definitely has a point here. What kind of method did the culprits actually use? You know, my first guess was actually Iroha. Iroha was lying all along. It's no use trying to think of another way. That fast, it would have been possible to move the corpse that fast. Then I guess Shobai theory was wrong. Wait, that means the culprits actually managed to move the body without using the monorails. The only method to do so is to just hope for the best and not get caught. I guess that's the only solution we have now. But the gate records were rigged, right? In that case, the culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes inside the ghost house between... No. So they hit the body and cut the fuse during that time. It would still make sense. Sora might have missed... After all, there was no other possible time that the culprit could have caused a blackout. What do I mean I missed? What? How do I check? No, it's not F1. Is it A? There is a button that let me check. Is A. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. Up, light up, please. Ah, it's... Oh, that's kind of bull. It's a bit more to the top. No, it's not that. Okay, it's not even that. Consider the structure. Is it a ghost house fuse box? Is that a fireplace for the fuse box? No, I used the fireplace. If I have to retry here, why would I retry from? Because in the last game, retrying actually took me well, it would take me to the last time that I saved. Technically. The last checkpoint. When that was in this case. It isn't easy either. It isn't here. No. I don't know what it is. What I should wait? What did I lose? Oh no, it's just okay. Never mind. Don't scare me like that. Jeez. I don't know what to shoot. Because nothing makes sense. The gate trackers didn't get updated. So I can't use this one. Because in my mind, the thing that I'm supposed to be using here is the Sachidolls. They want to prove that it's possible to move the corpse from one block to the other. Is using the parade. You can just hide the body inside one of the Sachidolls, and then hide yourself inside one of the Sachidolls, and then move through the parade to the other block, and then have one of the twins just be seen, so that like, oh, like, you know, just use the dolls in general. That would be the crew we'll be using here. But from these 3 clues, I don't know what I'm supposed to be showing. The fireplace just showed that after the incident was turned off. Was turned off after the incident? After which incident? The body being killed, the body being moved, or the body being found? See the fireplace? So I'm gonna shoot the fireplace in the last one. Okay, it is in the fireplace. I know that shooting the fuse box in the last one doesn't give me anything. Is it a mechanic that I have to absorb something? No, I don't have this mechanic here. Or do I? Oh, I can just kind of force it. A little bit. It will be stupid, but I can just force it. It is in the fireplace in the first one. The fireplace in the second one. No. It is in the fireplace in the third one. It is in fuse box in the first one. Okay, first one is useless. At this point I don't care about points. Okay, explain to me, because I don't get it. I missed something. That is not going to be a halfway point, is there? I'm waiting for the halfway points for me so I can make this phone call. Now I can't afraid of it being possible. Why? I get that you have barely enough time, but if you move at full speed... So that's right, 2 meters is far from enough when you're trying to hide 10 body pieces. And more importantly, the ghost house fuse box is the problem. They opened it to cut the wires, remember? That means they have to visit the innermost part of the ghost house. The fuse box was located just beside the entrance to the altar. And the altar is located innermost to the ghost house. Just going to and fro would take about a time. Maybe there was a secret passage the only culprit knew of. He could have hidden the body there, and gained access to the fuse box as well. Please, can someone knock some sense into him? There is no way that kind of passage would exist. The most crucial thing is, the culprit carried the body to the ghost house. The person who saw that should have noticed it. So, who is it, Iroha? Did my sister enter the ghost house, or did something in her hands or not? What? Whoa, why are you so flustered? Well, I just didn't expect to get caught. What'd you say? Iroha, it seems like you're not very fond of the fact that you have your head attached to your neck. Would it kill you to please pay attention? I told you that you told us that you saw my sis entering the ghost house around 1755. Oh, she was empty-handed. If she was holding a piece of the corpse, I would recognize it. See? So that means we didn't transport the body directly to the ghost house. I cannot be the culprit. And as mentioned before, there were no too many contradictions to suspect my sister as a culprit. I have something to inquire, Kanade. You have successfully shown us that you cannot be the culprit. But doesn't that mean you yourself admit that your first theory was wrong? Then, now that you come to this, what do you think is the actual culprit? That's, well... Honestly, I also need to think through this again. I was so focused on proving my innocence that I haven't come up with another theory yet. Shobai, how about you? This is the first time you stood up in a class trial. Is there any other theory you provide with us with? Wait a sec. I need to clear my thoughts. I missed something. Something big. Is this... No, it can't be. Our two brains are stumped. Please give it your all. We're all counting on you. This case is honestly so complex that even I cannot get a good grasp on it. Oh no. We're doomed. I knew we needed Kokoro. If Kokoro was here, she would have solved the case immediately. If what if she hadn't been killed? Iroha, would you please shut up? We're all doing our best, but... I'm tired. I wanna go home. Please, would someone clog her mouth or something? Yes, please. You have been through two class trials. Of course, they were difficult, and we were stumped a couple of times. But this is the first time that our reasoning came to a stop completely. The culprit in this case, who is it? How did he kill Setsuka? Even Kanade, who is the smartest out of all of us, is having a hard time coming up with a solution. A person with no special brain or talents like me would never hope to help everyone in this case. I've got it. Kanade? So that was it. Everyone, I know the culprit now. Really? Oh, Kanade, I knew it. I believed in you, hooray! I need to thank Shobai for this. Without him, I would have believed without a doubt that my sister was a culprit. Now that I have realized that the gate records have been rigged so that my sister was used. So I admit the fact that Hipki is an accomplice. No, my sister wasn't an accomplice. She was just literally used by the real culprits, the poor thing. This case was reformed by a single person, a meticulous one at that. So who is it? Let me spell out the clues to you. Follow along with me, everyone. First, just Shobai said, they are left-handed. And they provided us with a false testimony so that my poor sis would get suspected. And they had an alibi during the parade, so that they would freely move around the monorail. I'm sure you all realize what I'm talking about, right? Left-handed, false account, has an alibi during the parade. The person who fits all these criteria is... would be Iroha. The person who fits all the criteria is... Iroha Nihue. Has to be you. Great for Kanade, she was easily tracked down the culprit for us. What? Wait, it's actually Iroha. Is it really? I don't know, going kind of crazy here. I'm not gonna lie. Mostly because I can't fit the clues on where they're supposed to be, but yeah. So Kanade is in it, I guess. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm gonna take one quick break because I need to make a phone call. Right now is 02:34. I'm gonna say 15. This is the points where I'm taking this break and the points where I have to remind myself to cut the live stream so that I don't have this break. So I'll be right back. No, that's not the one I'm... Okay, this is the one. This is the one. Two 38. How many seconds? 0, 0. 39 then. 2:39. 5 minutes break to stretch my legs. You know, if Iroha really is the culprit, it is a good case because it's throwing me consistently on a loop, which I like. I really like it. I mean, there is one whole like there is a few set of clues that needs to be used. But I still think it's Kanade. I still think it's Kanade. No. It still fits too conveniently for it to be Kanade. Because why would Iroha know about Hibiki's tendency of, I don't know, forgetting everything unless he gets a mind shock? Unless she finds out by accident, but then in which situation she has to find that out? It's not like they interacted a lot. If anything, Kanade and Hibiki are the ones that I was together. Yeah, I don't think it's Iroha. I really don't think it's Iroha. It would throw me for a loop. It would have to explain a lot of things again for it to be Iroha. But I think all they have to do is throw the dolls in the mix. Then everything gets fixed. Everything goes back to normal. And I'm not gonna remove this skill that lets me save the game. Because I'm lazy. The only person who matches the criteria Kanade mentions is you, Iroha. No, wait. Why am I the culprit? Why this all of a sudden? Yeah, Shobai doesn't agree. Let me explain step by step. Sora, could you show me the pool gate records more? Firstly, like Shobai said, Setsuka died in the pool in the morning specifically. Iroha called Setsuka to the pool in the morning. So Setsuka enters at 8:44 and Iroha enters at 8:45. Wait, I never entered the pool, like ever? Shut up, you mother. You used my sister to murder Setsuka and then blamed the whole murder on me. Now you're going to pay. But I never... So, then what? Then she killed Setsuka on the spot. I left the pool at 9:22 to set up the signpost, and she goes off to gather the tools needed to cut the body. So it wasn't Hibiki that entered, but Iroha leaving. Yeah, Setsuka's handbook. Then Setsuka's ID, DJ626SX2, except that one, DJ. She returns to the pool at 9:44. This time she has to use her own handbook. Also nobody buys in the pool since 9:44. She's going in the same logic as Shobai, but you see that this approach doesn't make sense. Oh, she's going with the same logic as Shobai, but I see that this approach also makes sense. She finishes preparing the body at 12:54, and after eliminating any traces left, she leaves the pool using the Satsuka's handbook. By doing this, Iroha will leave the pool, but an in output to be saved according to the records. Wait, let me get this straight. Shobai's theory was that the corpse was cut up between 12:53 and 17:54, right? And you suggested that it was instead done between 9:54 and 12:54. Yes, 3 hours should be just 3 hours. 3 hours should be just enough time to do the job. And by this way, we saw the mystery of why it took 3 hours just to bring the dismemberment tools. You're right. Shobai's theory was acceptable, but not being able to explain 3 hours is a bit weird. Then the dismemberment process was already done by 12:54. But doesn't that leave too much time until you find the corpse? Listen carefully, I'll explain everything. 12:54, Iroha keeps all the corpse pieces into one place before leaving the pool. Then at 17:24, she uses her handbook to in herself to bring the corpse pieces out. And 1 minute later, 17:25, she uses Satsuka's handbook to leave the pool. You can perfectly explain the gate records of the pool by this logic. I see. So it was possible to rig the records even without an accomplice. Well, this is only possible if you can prove the stab wound in the missing body piece is actually made by the left hand. So we need to find the missing body piece. If we don't find that, we can't exactly prove anything. That's my opinion. The only way for you to attack someone else that is also left-handed is if you have to defend yourself as a left-handed person. Is either that or I'm just still throwing all my chips on saying that I just want the Kanade to die, I guess, I don't know. I'm trying too hard to kill Kanade. Maybe that. I guess it would have been for the culprit to create no outraggers to avoid any suspicions through the pool. But both mine and Shobai's theory has limitations in that regard. I guess there was a reason for the culprit to do so. Really? Did Iroha actually... Wait, I'm reading on the culprits. I never heard of any of this. Shut up. I'm not done with my theory. Now the next part, Iroha who has successfully finished her job at the pool moves the corpse pieces to the Block C monorail station. Later she herself runs to Block A. But isn't that the same as Shobai's theory? Wait, just a bit. Now's the important part. After Iroha arrives at Block A, she needs to enter the ghost house at 17:55. Here it doesn't really matter that much whether she used her handbook or Satsuka, but it was probably better to use her own. I'll explain this a bit later. As I said before, she goes inside to cut the wires to the ghost house fuse box. And she uses Satsuka's handbook to leave. Wait, what the hell are you on about? That's exactly what I just said was impossible when I brought it up. Satsuka's hand is at the monorail station of Block C. How are you going to turn the handbook on? I was going to ask that too, but I guess she was faster. He was faster. The theory you're trying to propose just substitute the culprit for new Bubblehead. For new to Bubblehead. With everything else, you're basically saying the same stuff. Honestly, can you even hear yourself? You just have to carry the hands, right? But Kanade, didn't you say yourself that that was impossible? It would be impossible for Sis, but definitely possible for Iroha. Iroha actually was pretty handy too to hide her hands. What? And that was... what's that? A hat? What? Both Sis and I have no idea space to carry the hands without being seen. The boxes are too small to shove the hands in, and if you try to hide it within your clothes, a motorcycle is gonna trample your whole body. And they're gonna have to glue you back together in hell. Ass. You need to both not be seen and also be able to pull you out whenever needed. This is a case where every minute and second matters. The hand must have been really readily available while the situation called for it. And you're suggesting that the hiding place was Iroha's head. If you put the severed hands on your head and put the head on top, it would hold it in place and it would seem natural. Not only that, you could also pull it out whenever you want to turn a handbook on, so it matches every condition we just mentioned. And technically speaking, Iroha has his own too, but Natasha was wears, so she wouldn't cause any suspicion as well. So basically, she put the hands on top of her head. Why would I do such a horrible thing? And the one who entered the ghost house was Hibiki, not me. I saw it with my own eyes. That is exactly what I'm suspecting you, Iroha. If you perhaps lied about seeing my sister, you have no alibi. But I'm not the one. Hibiki, tell her the truth. I don't know. I can't remember. Shobai, is there anything left bothering you? I'll take that as a no. Then let's continue. Iroha causes a blackout at the ghost house, then moves to Block A monorail station. When the monorail resumes its operation as S-18, she rides it back to Block C to move the corpse. That part is the same as Shobai's theory. This is the important part. Iroha must have hid the body parts near the ghost house. The place that is suspected is the small park in front of the ghost house. Perhaps it's one of the bushes there. Wait, but then we're stuck at the same place as before. The guy searched Block K, so maybe somebody had hidden that kind of stuff. Yes, that's what I'm suspecting Iroha. It was Iroha investigating the park area. Shobai said it just now, didn't he? That all the culprit has to do is hide the corpse in the place where they're supposed to investigate. While I wasn't able to do so because I investigated the place furthest away from the ghost house. The park that Iroha investigated was right across the ghost house. In terms of distance, she have no problems. She just pretended to investigate, and she lied about there being nothing, just like Shobai said. Liar, pants on fire. Exactly what part am I not making sense to you? But it was you who told me to investigate the park area. How was I supposed to know beforehand that you would assign me to the place? I see, that was my bad. But I had no idea where the filthy culprit back then. However, even if I told you to investigate some other place, wouldn't you have volunteered to investigate the park? What? Anyway, Sora investigated near the ghost house, so the only option left for you was probably the park, so that's why you chose the place. It was a pretty smart act considering it was coming from Iroha. You deserve some praise. No, I said I'm not the culprit. After that, well, you all know the drill, right? She hid the corpse and came back to us, and pretended to join the investigation, and carries the corpse from the park to the ghost house, once Sora leaves the place. This was around 1942, since the last time she used the ghost house case, she used Satsuka's handbook. She uses her own handbook to enter the ghost house. The way she'd be able to create an idea from around 1750 without an up record. Also from here on out, speed is key, as such since it would be difficult to use Satsuka's handbook. So she would have used her own handbook for convenience. This is why I told you before that Iroha would have used her own handbook first. After entering, Iroha prepares the final step for the plan. She puts the body parts on the altar, uses the blood bags to create a bloody mess, then hides behind the sliding screen near the entrance. After the body announcement, she pretends like she just entered the place and voila! From corpse moving to false alibi to false evidence, she did it all by herself. Iroha. No, I told you, I'm not a culprit. Yeah, if seeing Hibiki entering the ghost house was a lie, the hairpin. How can you explain the hairpin for the ghost house? You obviously just told them beforehand. Sister was clearly not herself after the motive reveal yesterday night. Even a toddler would have been able to take it from her. When did I ever have a chance to steal that? You are the one who told us that Hibiki refused to come out of her room this morning. That was still this morning. I have no idea where she was and what she did afterwards. Only met her again after we found the corpse. How do you have any proof that you didn't meet my sis during that time? Well, that I can't... I'm not trying to blame you or anything. But did you arrive late after the body announcement? The body was found in Block K, yet you arrived even later than Yoriko and Nike, who were in Block C. Why is that, I wonder? That was because I was the only one who didn't receive Satsuka's message. You told me later that you received the read message, right? Yoriko was heading towards the ghost house anyways because of that message. That is true, but Based on our observations so far, that message was sent by the culprit as well, right? What? Sure, our messages from Setsuka today was sent by the culprits. That is all the more reason that the culprit needed to carry Setsuka's hand all the time. As I said before, the only person capable of easily transporting Setsuka's hand is Iroha. Well, this is... So Iroha really did it. Shobai, I'd like to know your thoughts on this. Your theory itself has no contradictions. But the fact that the bubblehead girl thought of a trick this high levels, that itself could be considered a contradiction. He's right. How could someone as stupid as me think of a murder this complicated? You're saying that about herself? Well, she could have been acting all this time, a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. That is not true. I'm innocent. Please believe in me. If you claim that you're not the culprit, then where's the rebuttal? This is literally the same situation that I put my sis in. Tell me, what is the difference between you going on your own, going on about your innocence without any logic, to back it up as sis bawling her eyes out? Illogical. Nonsense. You're asking to be executed. It seems like Iroha's back into a corner. Is she really the culprit? Kanade and Shobai did the most of the reasoning, and there doesn't seem like there's any other contradictions. Then I guess they're right. Silence from both the attacking team and the defenders. I've come to a conclusion. I'm sure you're all aware since this is the third class trial, but you cannot take back your decision. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprits with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? Now vote. Objection. What? Interrupting the voting again? What is it, Mikado? Something was bothering me all this time, and I finally know what that is. I'm not trying to side with Iroha. I saw something back then. Something just banged. 1 sec. So what? Excuse me. According to Kanade's theory, Iroha should have dismembered the corpse between 9:54 and 12:54. Correct? What I saw... Iroha goofing around painting pictures near the harbor around 11. What? Oh yeah, I was drawing pictures at the port at the time. Wait, why aren't you investigating? Well, I thought it would raise my spirits. That is an important part. If Iroha was at the port around that time, then that means Kanade's theory is completely wrong. Mikado, I take back every bad thing I said about you. Thank you for helping me. I most certainly did not do it for you. Now that it's come to this, we're back to square one once again. My mind, what a troublesome situation. Wait, can we believe this guy? What's wrong, bro? I mean, how can we tell if that's true or not? Where is Mikado of all people? Mikado has always mattered with us, so this time he might even be trying to stop us from getting the answer right. Excuse me? Why would I lie if not getting the answer right also cost my life? How should I know? Maybe you're behind all this and did it to survive on your own. After all, you're the one who gave us the motive videos, right? That is true. Shinji's right. You're seriously saying that after all you've done so far. What makes you think you have the right to speak? Don't speak such nonsense. Iroha was definitely at the board at the time. I'm sorry, but I also can't believe this words that easily. If it wasn't for his testimony, Kanade's theory is perfect. But he doesn't gain anything by lying to us. If it was anyone else, Shobai even, I would have at least tried to believe it, but Mikado? Am I that untrustworthy? Of course, you're the mastermind for crying out loud. Technically speaking, you're the person we're doing this class trial in the first place. You're the reason we're doing the class trial in the first place. Just this once, please believe me, Kado. No, please believe in me. I really am innocent. I would rather place my trust on a dog's drop instead on him. How cruel of you. At least take this seriously. Is Iroha really the culprit? Iroha doesn't seem like she's telling the truth. Does seem like she's telling the truth. Of course, it could be her acting. Mikado is saying that he saw Iroha in the morning. I should think of something as well. Think of any information regarding Iroha. That could be the missing key to solving whether or not Iroha has the blackened. The logic craft's about logic craft. Oh, it's this fucking thing. It's a brand new minigame. It's Flappy Bird, but in space. You have 5 hits, you need to finish 3 things, and by the end of each thing you have to answer the question. If you can answer the question right, you go forward. If you don't, you die, and you lose one of your lives. Pretty much it's Flappy Bird. And it's kinda laggy. I don't know if it's my computer, but it's kinda laggy. So it is at least 2 times a little bit harder for me. Ow. I can be hit more than 5 times. The 5 times through the whole thing? I don't remember. Ow. Okay, 3 times. Oh no, that's one, that's 2, right. Yep. This sucks. For the guy who invented Flappy Bird, kudos to you. You solved hunger problems for a generation, I guess. Before the parade, when was the last time we met Iroha? During breakfast? Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to know that? Thank God I'm smart enough to hit the floor. How am I supposed to know that? I'll go eat a dick. What did we do with Iroha during breakfast? We ate breakfast. We drank our coffee. Oh yeah, we drank our coffee and then we passed out for the whole day. That's right. Iroha was not supposed to have an alibi. I hate this. I hate this so much. What happened after we drank Iroha's coffee? Turned Super Saiyan. We turned Super Saiyan. I wanna choose that one, just for the lols. If I wouldn't die. Wakarimashita. Messing with the microphone again. Did I turn it off? No, it's on. It's on. Save the game. Wait, everyone. What's wrong, Sora? This just came to me, and it doesn't have anything to do with Mikado. But Iroha may not be the culprit. Wow, Sora, thank you. What? What's up with you? Actually, something very suspicious happened this morning. After breakfast, I was going to start my investigation when a sudden wave of irresistible sleep came over me. I told you about the reason I was late for the parade, remember? I do. You suddenly felt sleepy when you woke up. It was evening, right? But it's not like you were awake at night, right? I just slept through all afternoon, even when you drank coffee for breakfast. That's exactly it. I saw Iroha wasn't drinking her coffee during breakfast. I thought it was a waste, and naturally being a can of coffee. You are a can of coffee. Oh, so am I. I stole her drink. I was okay up until then, but after that I felt incredibly sleepy, like as if I was drugged. It was an unnatural way of sleep. You did? So what are we trying to say? Someone drugged the coffee with sleeping pills? Exactly. What? Now listen carefully. The coffee that I drank was meant to Iroha, right? What would have happened if Iroha instead drank the coffee? Well, Iroha would have slept till evening. Then that would mean that Iroha wouldn't have any alibi from morning to evening, right? Huh? Wait, so someone tried to use the sleeping drugs to prevent Iroha from having an alibi? Sorry to interrupt this, but was there anything like sleeping drugs in this island? There are some at the pharmacy section of the mart. I always check out the items there, but I didn't notice a difference in number. You open the packages and check inside? Well, I can't. It would take forever if I did that every day. For a cup of coffee, one pill would be enough. They probably didn't need to take the whole package. Anyways, let me get this straight. You drank a cup of coffee that was drugged with sleeping pills. But why would someone prevent Iroha from having an alibi? What would they gain from that? Wait, I know. There is someone who would benefit from all this. Someone who's trying to frame Iroha by preventing any alibis. Right, if Iroha's the culprit, it doesn't make sense that the coffee she was trying to drink was drugged. Iroha's not the culprit. The culprit was the person who was trying to make Iroha drink the coffee. Wait, if Sora drank the coffee that was originally intended for Iroha, then Iroha being outside during the morning was something unexpected even for the culprits, right? That is right. So Mikado's account of seeing Iroha around 11 is something entirely possible. How could you not believe me? I'm so disappointed in all of you. Hold on, if Iroha's not the culprit, then the real black in this is something that just came to me. But if we use this info and reverse the thought process, we can easily track down the culprit. The culprit's identity. The culprit is someone who had drugged Iroha's coffee. The culprit is someone who is trying to frame Iroha by erasing her alibi. Someone who was trying to frame her just now. Yeah, just say it. What is this face? Ugly ass face. The culprit was someone who was pressing on Iroha just until now. Kanade Otokonoji. Oh, I'm gonna go with that. It's you. Wait, hold on. I thought little sis explained to us how she couldn't be the culprit. I'm grateful that you proved my innocence, but Kanade's being the culprit. But that being said, Kanade did act weird during the breakfast. Usually, she would have chased after her sis right away, even when Hibiki left. But didn't she hesitate a bit? Sis? Oh yeah, she left. Now Satsuka was alive to... Oh, Satsuka. I like Satsuka. She didn't do anything special, spectacular, but she was a nice person. It hurts to see the ones that tried to live the spirit die. And she had an interesting thing going on about her. If only the roulette allowed me to speak more with Satsuka. But no, the roulette didn't. The roulette just made me kill Satsuka even faster. She will undoubtedly follow on Setsuka's order too. I assume that is to make sure Iro had drunk her coffee, or not? Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Kanade, it was Sora who actually drank the coffee. If Kanade really is the culprit, and considering her personality, she would have made sure that Iroha did in fact drink the sleeping pills. But how is that possible? Just how unlucky can you get? Well, aren't all matters like that? Something that shouldn't have happened somehow did, but something that should doesn't happen at all. Bullshit. What? Shobai, and now you. What is it with you people and trying to frame me as a culprit? I share my theories, show you the contradictions, and through my reasoning prove that Iroha is the culprit. Just how much rebuttal would it take for you to be satisfied? But Sora has a point. If Iroha had fallen asleep with that drug, she would have been confirmed as the culprit without a doubt. Really? Do we have to take the long way? Alright, fine, I'll show you. First, the fact that the coffee was drugged is a stretch. It's not like I was the one who prepared the meal. How could I have drugged the coffee that Mikado had prepared? It isn't impossible. Then I will know just how quickly Mikado prepares her meals. Oh yeah, Sora had arrived early in the morning for breakfast a few days ago, and the meal was prepared even before the morning announcement. Oh yes, I do. You know what they say, the early chef dominates the culinary world. They don't never say that. I prepared the food way in advance before we even wake up. You heard him. So if we just arrive at the diner before everyone else wakes up, you would have ample time to drug Iroha's coffee. But you would really know when Hiro actually sit, will you? That probably isn't the case because I usually sit at the same place. In fact, most of us actually sit at the same place every morning, don't we? True, unless the seat's owner died and someone sat there instead, that was usually it. After hearing what you lot have to say, things start to make sense. The 3 hours of space between 9:54 and 12:54. That was time deliberately left blank by that girl to frame Bubblehead. So that she can say it was time Bubblehead spent on dismemberment. But just how unlucky can you get? The Bubblehead was actually seen by Mikado's energy. By the irony of fate. Didn't Iroha just mention that it was Kanade who was assigned to look around the park near the ghost house? Come to think of it, perhaps there was also something she did in advance to frame Iroha. That's not all. Iroha wasn't invited to the chat room that was created from Setsuka's handbook. They probably separately told Iroha to come to the mirror mansion so that Iroha could see Hibiki, entering the ghost house, and later claimed that Iroha was lying, making everyone suspect her. Toja, the culprit is Kanade Tokonoji. The culprit is Kanade Tokonoji. Obviously, the Bubblehead can come up with a trick at this level. He's making fun of me, isn't he? Hold on, this trial is a bit tough. Or that too. The culprit keeps changing. I don't know who's telling the truth or not. One thing is for sure. Sora consuming the sleeping pills and Mikado witnessing Iroha can be coincidences. And the one who orchestrated that was Kanade. So Kanade really is the culprit? Kanade? Okay, yes, yep, alright, sure. Kanade? Yes, it seems like you used your damn stupid brains to reach a conclusion. I just said I don't have any logical rebuttals against this. As all of this is just a presumption, I have no evidence against this, yes? But being the generous and merciful, I will go over your stupid delusions. Yeah, suppose I did drug Iroha's coffee, yes? Then how about we go back to when Shobai was suspecting me as the culprit? Yes, try to deduce things under the proposition that I am the culprit, yes? Just how did I murder Setsuka? Quite an unsolvable mystery, yes? Yes, why isn't anyone answering, yes? Yes? Come on, answer me! Yes? Well... She stood up. I who cannot carry the hands. I who cannot hide the corpse near the ghost house. I who was with you all through the entire parade. Explain to me how the hell did I manage to kill Setsuka despite all these alibis and move the damn corpse? She's just yelling. Shobai, Sora, Yuki, anyone. Come on, let's hear it. And Iroha just stands up and say, why she use the dolls? Iroha should be the one to point the fucking dolls that I'm on them. Kanade, you scary me. Oh my dear sis. Relax, there is no way that I'm the culprit. You're not the culprit either. We're completely innocent, so there is nothing to worry about. I'll solve everything for you. I will. Nobody spoke another word. Was it because we were intimidated by the new sheer insanity of Kanade? Partly that, but Kanade wasn't just raging upon us without any logic. It was completely different from the breakdowns of the other culprits. There were simply just too many contradictions to point at her as the culprit. Even if she really was the culprit, her defense against the truth was too hard for us to break. Maybe we should have done that under the table. Stop saying culprit. My, cat got your tongue. Everyone try to focus. Maybe you all missed some sort of clue. I don't want to die just as much as you guys, so let's start this over again. Now let's put your heads together on this. It's impossible. There are too many contradictions if we assume Kanade is a culprit. Maybe Kanade really isn't a culprit, and of course me too. Wait, what about the deal with the sleeping pills? If Kanade wasn't the one who drank the coffee, then who was it? Honestly, I think it's possible that Sora could have lied about this. You only have Sora's words to back it up, right? But if Sora was lying, then there goes my counsel and credibility again. As if you had any credibility to begin with. But that isn't the only thing that made Kanade suspicious. Not to mention that Kanade didn't outright deny the fact about the sleeping pills. I have no idea what's going on, and who's right or wrong. Shobai, any ideas? I thought you saw me as shit. I thought you saw me as shit. Now running back to me because you're out of ideas. Well, the main problem is, how was the culprit able to move the corpse to the ghost house? If you think about the whole timeline, the concept of hiding the corpse in blockade is entirely impossible. Still, they must have used the monorails, but we missed something here. Something. I got it, I know the culprits. It's Mikado. Mikado used magic to tell he can't use magic, you stupid little bubblehead. You stupid little bubblehead. He keeps talking about the school rules preventing him from using magic, but who knows that rule is actually fake. Iroha, might I kindly ask, what the actual fuck? Oh, maybe there was a secret passage that they used to transport the corpse. Iroha, maybe it's best to stay quiet. Iroha, I would like to ask you to please be quiet. Don't lose your focus, Iroha. That's not a theory. That's just your delusions. But I can't understand where she's coming from. There really is no logical way that this could have happened. Teleported inside. Secret passageway. Ghost house was shaped like... Shobai? I got it. There is a way. There is a way that Kanade or Tokunoji can move the corpse. Really? What is it? The problem is solved if you can move the corpse inside the ghost house without using the gates. And there is one passageway in the ghost house that matches this condition. And what is that? What is that? Passageway in the ghost house that connects to the outside of the gates. As perhaps there is that one thing inside the ghost house we could pinpoint at. Fireplace. The chimney. That's not what I said. What? Shobai, Arupa has referring to the chimney. There was a fireplace at the ghost house. If there's a fireplace, then that means there was a chimney that connects to the outside. Bingo. If you throw the corpse through the chimney, the corpse will get thrown down to the fireplace. If the fire was put out, it wouldn't stand out. It would be near the altar as well. The chimney? You're kidding me, right? Why don't I start alternate events? By throwing the corpse into the chimney during the parade, you don't have to hide them beforehand. You can enter empty-handed at 1942 after the white-haired girl leaves the ghost house. The corpse is already in the fireplace, so you just have to move them to the altar and flood the place with the blood packs. Just in case, did you search the fireplace when you were investigating the ghost house? No, I didn't think that Setsuka was dead at that time. So I investigated a place that a living human being could naturally be, except Lucifer and the Satan. Not to mention that it was especially dark near the fireplace. Alright, so no contradictions there. How this, twins? A new challenge for you. Let's see you sing and dance around this one. It's a long case. In a way, I'm kind of sad that I had to stop the last stream in the middle because of my internet being sus. The culprit threw the corpse inside to the chimney. But is that actually possible? Nope, it's absolutely nonsense. There weren't any clues left in the fireplace, so who's gonna shoot this? Yeah, I'm actually kind of sad that my internet... Like, how do I show this? Let me show the screen that I usually... Like, I have two monitors, as it is expected for majority of live streamers. And majority of the things I capture is on monitor 1. So right now, this is what I see on monitor 1. I am capturing the game. I'm actually seeing the game through OBS. Because if I go to capture 2, I minimize some things here. Okay, I don't need to do this. Because the game is not even on full screen. The game is not even on full screen. The game is a tiny window. So I literally have OBS right in front of me. And I can see every single change that happens. Which means that I can see if the connection is stable or not. And the last stream, the little green square in the bottom was telling me all the time it was going red a bunch of times, which means the internet is having problems. So I didn't want to risk going into the class trial and suddenly the internet just dies. And everything just poof. Well, not like this, but you get it. So in a way, I'm sad that I have to end the live stream, but I'm also happy because it would have been like a 5-hour live stream. And I don't have 5 hours a day. Actually, I'm going extra long today because of the whole class trial. But at least I can have the class trial in a single live stream. So yay! Now I save the game. Wait a second, about the fireplace. There was a suspicious black plastic bag near the fireplace. I'm not sure what that could be, but I'm positive it wasn't there from the start. Plastic bags near the fireplace. What's to do with that? If we deduce this based on Shobay's theory, that bag could have probably be the one that contains the body parts. Eek! The fireplace was always late, at least until the culprit turned it off. If that bag was there before, it would have long burned away. So the bag was put after the fire was put off, in other words, the day of the crime. There is another evidence that they threw the corpse to the chimney. The ghost house is pretty higher than you think. If the corpse fell through that high on a height, there must have been some traces left on the body. Traces on the body. If the culprit threw the corpse on a place that high, the corpse would have definitely had some traces on it. And that evidence is the bruises on the corpse itself. Bruised corpse. You're talking about the bruises on the corpse, right, Shobai? You bet. Bruises? While Setsuka's body was cut into pieces, each piece had some traces of bruises. It even said so in the monochrome file. If the body fell straight through the roof like Shobai said, it would have been natural that there would be a few broken bones here and there. Conversely, there would be no explanation for those bruises if it didn't fall to the chimney. The murder weapon was something sharp, so it is highly unlikely that those bruises would have occurred otherwise. What nonsense are you on about? The chimney? You guys said it yourself, the ghost house is pretty tall. Considering the inclination of the building, it would be impossible to even climb up the damn thing. So how would someone manage that? Honestly, I have to agree. After all, the ghost house is the tallest building out of everything in Block A. There is no other place taller than a ghost house. Then how would you manage to throw something onto the top of it? There is one place you can reach higher than a ghost house. What? Some place after mentioning my theory. The monorail. The monorails go right past the ghost house roof. Are you seriously suggesting that they threw the corpse while riding on the monorails? No, I'm not suggesting it. It's the only possible way. I'm sorry, but this isn't a fantasy world. Would you like me to get reincarnated in another... Or would you like me to get you isekais? Oh yeah, about that. I have someone otherworldly right next to me. I'm not a fantasy creature. Treating me in such a way is cruel. Insensitive act is a cruel, insensitive act that ignores everything I've done so far. Not to be that guy here, but I think it's impossible too. The monorail is pretty slow, granted, but it's still a moving device. If they miss the shot, I'll go to waste. Would they risk that kind of shot on a moving platform? Show the corpse at the chimney where the monorail goes past it. Is this truly possible for a human being? And a high schooler of all people? If there is any proof that this was possible for Kanade, then show by stereo will basically be confirmed. Let's trace some memories back. Let's recall any memory related to Kanade's physical abilities. Flashback anagrams about to begin. Oh, it's this thing. It's a memory game. 2 cards with the same letters, okay. It's a memory game. It's just a memory game! I like that I can do that. I should do that more often. What is the, what? I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. This isn't going anywhere at all. Concentrate and try again. Can't give up here. Hibiki's remade? Okay. No, that's a key. Okay, that's the B. Hibiki's he made. Remake. Remold. Himab. Hemide. Hihi. Himahi. This isn't going anywhere at all. Hibiki's Hemark. So no, that's a car. That's a key. I forgot. Hibiki's Hemaki. Hibiki's Temaki. Okay. I'm gonna do this the smart way, which means I'm gonna cheat. And you can't stop me from doing that. The order is He, Ka, Arc, B, below, B, eat, Arc, G, key, below, D, oat, B, he. There's only one LD, really. Alright. He be Hibiki's remark complete. Why did I save in another file? Did you know that each one of these files is almost 100 KBs? Oh yeah, there's proof. It might have been possible to throw the corpse into the chimney for Kanade. What? Really? Hibiki. Hibiki, listen to me. What? You told me on the first day on the third islands, at the casino, remember? That Kanade's accuracy is impeccable. She always hits her targets. Is impassable too, where impeccable is more promising. That one time, she even scored a goal from the school rooftop on the sports ground basketball rim. And Kanade's throwing darts. Semi-ultimate thrower. Yeah, the recording all that, yada yada. Is that even possible? Wait, if it is... Yes, throwing a corpse into a chimney while on a monorail should be a piece of cake. If I knew Kanade had such an ability... I never knew Kanade had such an ability. Is that even really true, Hibiki? Well, it is true. Kanade has always... Shut up, Hibiki. Me? You should have just kept quiet. Why are you getting flustered for? Your rejection just gave credibility to what Jessie said. Come to think of it, Kanade looked a little flustered with that remark. At that time, I thought it was because she couldn't keep up with Hibiki's pace. But thinking back now, she might have already thought of this plan way back then. Way back then? That was a few days ago. So she really already planning on murder someone even then. That would mean that Kanade thought of this trick as soon as she understood the structure of Satsuki land. Aren't you the scary type? If that is true, then it's actually possible for Kanade to commit a murder. Actually, the only one who has those abilities among us is Kanade. So the murder would be impossible for anyone other than Kanade. With Kanade under the table? Stupid sis. Well, sure, I'll let that pass. It doesn't matter, really. Even if I had used that method to move the corpse inside a ghost house, the monorail was active during 18 and to 19. The only time possible for the corpse to throw the corpse. Would have you all forgotten, that time was when the parade was going on. Oh, that's right, come to think of it. Kanade watched the parade with us. So it wouldn't make sense for her to also be on the monorail throwing corpses at a time. We ourselves are the witness. Wait, that means we're stuck again? Did Shobai make another mistake? Wait, but Miss Little Sister in the Night Chimney theory. To be honest, the action she just showed us wasn't something for a totally innocent person. I'm not the culprit. I shouldn't feel like the need to object to every single detail. Have an alibi after all. It seems like we hit yet another roadblock. And if you're gonna act like that, still can play it at a game. Everything would make sense if she is able to ride the monorail at that time, right? I told you, I was watching the parade. The others there are all witnesses. But was that really you? What do you mean? Stupid shits. You got fooled one last time. This is literally the same trick, dickheads. Last time? You mean when Emma disguised herself as Kokoro? That's right, Bubblehead. Don't you get it by now? Recall who is suspected as an accomplice when Kanade or Tokunoji. It can't be. Hibiki disguised herself as Kanade? What? No way, this is entirely impossible. This actually makes sense. This isn't entirely impossible, actually makes sense. Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins. A bit of disguise and no one will be able to tell them apart. Hibiki doesn't have an alibi today, so if she was disguised as Kanade, then the person without an alibi throughout today was actually Kanade. We should be able to check just in case. I said I won't see Hibiki even once after morning. Nobody? I hope that you're not just ignoring me this time. The case already started this morning. Of course no one has seen them. They basically switched their alibis to these guys. The first time I saw Kanade after breakfast was during the parades, so the Kanade we met there was probably Hibiki. The real Kanade was riding the monorails, moving the corpse. Admitted Kanade Tokonoji, you're just some ordinary high schooler. You're smart, cunning, and careful, even more so than me. Beats me which such a talented girl is in a band of some reason. But you let the guard down. Sure, you put it a pretty high wall, but you left some holes here and there. Well, my turn is over. It's yours now. Any rebuttals? I haven't had such a battle like this in ages that was honestly a bit fun. Though it hurts my pride that I had to get some help from the likes of you all along the way. So admitting that, I thought that you would try to take all the credit. I told you, I'm a calculative guy. We all die a happy death if I make a mistake while I stubbornly press on with my theory. It's much more efficient to give up on your pride and put your brains together in these cases. To think that you will be the same wavelength as us. I think it's the first time we've spoken this much. But it doesn't change the fact that you all were hopeless as shit until I took the stage. You had to rub it in. And she laughs. And laughs again. Kanade? So let me get this straight. The one watching the parade was actually Sis, and I was actually on the monorails, yes? And while the monorails went past the ghost house, I threw the corpse into the chimney. Congratulations, you got everything wrong. Another rebuttal. Please, would you give me a break? You're definitely the culprit here. If you lack the brains to think, then don't talk at all. People like you are the reason the term trash journalism exists. What did you just... Finally someone knows how to put up a real fight. Come on, Nick. Now we're going to start with the throwing corpse part to go through everything from there. Setsuka dismembered body consisted of the heads, the torsi, each hands, arms, legs, and feet. So 10 pieces altogether. Now here's a simple question. How many times does the monorail go past the ghost house during this 1 hour run? What? You're not seriously suggesting that it threw all 10 pieces at once in one go, are you? The monorail is quite slow, but it's still as fast as speeding by. So to summarize it, you can only throw one piece at a time each time you go past the ghost house. According to Shoubai's theory, the culprit starts off at block C to ride the one heading to block A, right? They throw the first piece there, and after 15 minutes that it takes a round trip, they throw the next one. They throw each piece at each round trip past the 13, 45, 60 minute mark. Wait, who would have guessed it? Our precious hour has already passed with 4 round trips. And the monorail is active for the next hour. What are we to do with the remaining 6 pieces? How are we to explain this? Well, she definitely makes a point. The idea of throwing a corpse into a chimney was remarkable, but the number of throws needed was far too much. While you can put the 2 hands together and the 2 legs together, that cuts it into 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that cuts it into 6. So we need... What else do we need? What? How many autos are there? How many cuts? The feet and the leg, and the hands together, the feet and the leg together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you just have to assume that if you're throwing each piece separately, like you throw one hand at a time, you throw one foot at a time, you throw the head and just the head and not something else together. You have a much bigger problem at hand, really. Throwing the corpse inside the chimney is actually impossible for a different reason. Sure, the legs, arms, hands and feet are small enough to fit inside the passageway. And the head, well, she did have a relatively small head, so let's let that pass. But what about the torso? Do you really think that her torso would be able to fit inside the small chimney? She had a really big chest. I'm gonna admit, her booba was something. Is it not possible? Her torso was missing abdomen, right? Then wouldn't have fit without it. It can break the joints to fit any other piece of the body, but it can't just do so with the body. Not to mention that her chest area was particularly larger than anyone else. That part would surely get stuck halfway through. So I'm gonna play that card, huh? Then we just move the torso separately, you know, through the gates as normal. But how? The reason we're talking about this damn chimney theory is because passing through the gate is practically impossible, remember? If you want to prove this theory, you need to be able to move each and every body part through the chimney. If for whatever reason we throw a Kanade, she's vigorously defends back. If you can't penetrate to this defense, we won't be able to accuse her as a culprit. As Shobai admitted, we can't win against Kanade alone. Let's see into this together. Can I finally use the dolls? Please tell me I can use the dolls. Yes! That's all I need. Wait, pins by the flower bed. The torso does not fit in the chimney. In other words, you would need to move the torso in a different way. Of course, such a way doesn't exist. You could have just taken the torso separately. While Kanade is busy throwing corpses, Hibiki moves to the ghost house with the torso. Impossible. I was watching the parade then. Maybe that was his disguise, at least one of us need to watch the parade, but then by that logic, who was the person that watched the parade? What if she separately took the torso and hid it somewhere in block A? Impossible, it can only throw 4 pieces total. There are 6 pieces excluding the torso, there's so much to ask, then we're out of any options. If you exclude the chimney theory, there are no other ways to move the torso. I've been waiting for this. I've been playing this game for a whole day. No, Kanade, there is a way to move the torso without throwing it into the chimney. Moreover, by doing this, you could also move the torso from block C to A without getting caught. Does such a way really exist? Impossible, there is no such way. Well, there is, by using the parade dolls. The parados? Parade? Parade? The parade? The parade? There was such a spark of an idea, but the dolls move on their own, and they are empty inside. So if I put the torso inside the dolls in the storehouse of block C before the parade, the torso will automatically get sent with the parades without gathering suspicion. Ha! I'm impressed, Whitey. That was what I was going to say. In addition to what she said, the torso would inevitably arrive at Block K's storehouse after the parade, which was exactly the place Kanade Otokonoji was supposed to investigate during the search. Oh, so she had a way to retrieve it back. Then the torso was hiding inside the storehouse. In the 6-minute gap between 1936 when Sora left and 1942, she went inside the ghost house during the start to retrieve the torso. Yeah. In addition to that, Hibiki Otokonoji was probably hiding in the storehouse as well. When the white hair gang started to search Block A, that girl headed straight to the storehouse, and switched place with the real Kanade Otokonoji. After that, the little shit confirms that Albino left the ghost house and signals this to her sister using the handbook. The little shit who was standing with the torso by the storehouse heads straight to the ghost house. Meanwhile, little shit returns to the white hair gang. We previously thought that 6 minutes would be too short of a time to move the course between the storehouse and the ghost house. However, that was because we considered moving all the body pieces. If it was just the torso, it would have definitely been possible. Amazing, Sora. And so what? As previously mentioned, the monorail only passes through the ghost house 4 times in a span of an hour. We have 5 more body pieces to take care of, even excluding the torso. Or are we to move this? How are we to move this? Well, yeah, about your crap about the monorails. You mean 7 times, not 4, you little light shit. What? How come? It takes 15 minutes for the round trip, but the monorail becomes inactive after 1 hour. There are 2 different kinds of monorail, one for each direction. To go past the ghost house, you need to take the track between block A and C. Simply said, if you transfer between the 2 monorails to ride only the track between block A and C, there is no need for a full round trip. What? Wait, how did you order the direction the monorails go again? Hold on a sec. I said it written down just in case. Oh, so did I. Hey, it is. At every other hour, the monorail starts at block at block A and goes along block B and goes along to path BAC. 5 minutes later, another monorail takes its departure towards the other direction. Hold on. So if you draw out the timetable, quit wasting time. Here, give me that. I'll draw it for you. Now you get what I mean? The focal point here is starting from 18. The cobra was standing by with the corpse at block station C. 18 o'clock. So here, every time passes through block A. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Starting from C, and then going to A. 1, and then change. 2, and then again. Then change. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. When the train heading to block A at 1810, she rides to block A. Here she will go past the ghost house for the first time. She throws one of the pieces there. One down. She arrives at block A at 8:15 and wait 5 minutes at the platform for the train heading to the opposite direction. When the train eventually arrives, she heads back to block C. During that time, she passes through the ghost house again. 2 down. Block C again, 8:25. But this time the train she'll transfer has already arrived. She transfers right away to head block A. There, 3 down. If you repeat this process, yeah, something like that. Well, do I need to go any further? Y'all got it by now. Down by now, right? It's right. It's using these methods. You can go past the ghost house a total 7 times. And the last train arrives at block A at exactly 19. Perhaps Kanari even took this into account when choosing the crime scene. I see. I made a mistake. So it seems like you would be able to throw the 7 corpse pieces through the chimney. But what difference does it make? Are you shaking? Even with the torso carried by the parade dolls, that still leaves 2 remaining body pieces. Quite a mystery, yes? What happened to those 2 pieces? Just how did I move them, yes? Answer me! Can't you fit the 2 pieces with the torso inside the parade dolls? Even if the storehouse is a bit far away, I'm sure 6 minutes is enough to manage 2 additional body pieces. I doubt it. The torso is quite large and heavy after all. How about the small parts of the body like hands and feet? This seems pretty possible. Hands? Yes, that's it. The 2 remaining pieces should definitely be hands. What do you mean? Think about it. Iraha saw Hibiki entering the ghost house between 1755 and 1757. That means she used Setsuka's handbook. Which means that she had Setsuka's hand needed to turn the handbook on. So the remaining 2 hands were carried by Miss Odysseus herself. Hold on. That's right before the parade. Hibiki was disguised as Kanade. She would have met up before this right after, so she wouldn't have even had time to hide the hands. That means that she had the hands with her when she was with us. That's exactly the problem, bro. If she had them, she would have definitely noticed them. Finally, some sensible logic. You're most absolutely right. Amy was my sis that was with you during that parade. No one knows the whereabouts of those hands during that time. Do you finally see the contradictions? No, it might not actually be a contradiction. Sora? I have a hunch of where that hand could have been. Was feeling the bra. You know... Well, that is... Oh my fucking god. That is the Danganronpa gift. That is a bra that is shaped like hands. I think this was the idea that they went for. Perhaps you are under the false impression that you're smart just because you're able to tag along with Shoubai's theory. You're just a disgusting parasite that always leeching off someone else's ideas and theories. That sheer arrogance is in your face as if you figured out something on your own. It's disgusting. Would you please stay out of my sight before I throw up at the side of your disgusting face? No, Kanade. We'll see just who's being arrogant here. This should be Kanade's final line of defense. Read through this and you might be able to end this. Try once for all. Please. I'm actually tired. Oh wow, nice. Oh yeah, it's this thing. As a dog, can't do anything about it right now. Oh, come on. This is it. Using hands to correct body shape. On the booba! Oh my god. There is actually still one minigame. Her chest. She must have hidden Setsuka's hand inside her clothes, or should I say, her chest. Her chest? Even if Hibiki looks identical to Kanade, they're not completely the same, particularly the body shape is different. The Kanade we saw deployed was identical to Kanade to the point where it is almost unbelievable that it was actually Hibiki. Then we can assume that she probably used some other object to cut her body shape. And you're saying that the object used were Setsuka's hands? Yes, considering the black plastic bags near the fireplace, they probably used those to carry the corpse pieces. If you wrap the hands with multiple plastic bags and hold them inside your clothes, you could not only carry the hands without suspicion whilst correcting your body shape, you could even make a small hole in the bag so that the fingerprint could be exposed, so you can open the handbook just by putting it inside your clothes. Using this method, you could even freely use Setsuka's handbook to manipulate the ghost house gate records. I see. If she didn't even use the hands to correct her size, there must have been some evidence of some other object being used, which there wasn't. But how in the world did you come up with that idea? This anime. That's my what Kanade said a while ago gave me an inspiration. She said that if you put in your clothes, it would stick out and cause suspicion, right? But if it was Hibiki using it to disguise it to Kanade, it would seem natural. In fact, she actually needed the hands to stick out for out for the disguise to work. Sora, I must say I'm impressed. Would you have any evidence that my sis had those bloody damn hands on her breasts? If you just simply wrap it in plastic bags, people would soon notice it if you move just a little. Evidence that Hibiki used hands on her breasts. Stop saying like that. I didn't notice that during the investigation, but that item was probably used here. That item? Oh, the pins? I do have proof, Kanade. There were pins found near the ghost house, presumably used to fix something in place. I wondered about his existence during the investigation, but now I know exactly why he was there. Those pins were used to hold the hands and the clothes tight by pinning them together. And she threw them away just like that. Girl, are you a genius and an idiot? Make up your mind. That's probably because the oldest sis needed to quickly undisguise herself before entering the ghost house. Undisguise? I thought Hibiki disguised herself when she was leaving the pool. If the disguise itself was used to carry the hands, why would she suddenly undisguise herself in front of the ghost house? Moron, you have Bubblehead to thank for that. The cow who she saw entering the ghost house. Stop calling me Bubblehead. It was definitely Hibiki. I know they're similar, but the hairstyles and hairpiece differ after all. For Kanade to make Iroha suspicious, she needed Iroha to witness Hibiki, not Kanade. So she must have thrown away the pins there. I don't know anything about that. So when we were watching the parade, we had Setsuka several hymns right next to us. Ugh. That is horrifying. Kanade, we have now solved all three of the contradictions that are presented. The monorail's time schedule, the transportation of the body, and carrying the two hands. I believe there aren't any contradictions left. I don't want to continue this trial any longer. Just please admit to it already. Stupid sis. She ruined it all. Giving out a conclusive testimony, throwing away the pins. I could almost laugh at her stupidity. Alright. Yes, I am the culprit. So it really was Kanade. So I finally admit it. If it was just me, I would have been a perfect crime. But trying to use Sis as an accomplice ended up getting me caught. Huh. Hey, don't be disappointed. Have some confidence, you are amazing. Aren't many people that have smarter brains than you, even in my world. I can guarantee you at least that. Do you honestly think that would make me feel better? That aside, I have something to ask of Kanade. From the looks of Hibiki in this trial, her memory loss was genuine, right? If Sis didn't have that trace, I wouldn't have even tried to use her as an accomplice. Even without any memories, she's too stupid. It would have to be an even bigger idiot than her to use my moron of a Sis as an accomplice while she was herself. But then... Never mind. You've already admitted your crimes after all. Hurts me to say this, but I think it's the first time that my crimes has ever been exposed. What's that supposed to mean? Whatever. What does all that matter now? Let's end this now with your votes. What I finally... astounding. This class trial was a series of intense battles between you that surpassed any trials before. As a teacher and the judge, I must say this was very interesting. Well, now that we reached the answer, it's time to see what the answer is, if that answer is the truth. Nevermore would there be a trial like this, but it's time to reach out to the truth. Now then, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? Now! More objections? Kanade is the culprit. Wait. Something's wrong. Wait! Come on. Everyone wait a minute, don't vote just yet. Whoa, you started me, Sora. Not this again, what now? What's the matter, Sora? I was about to push the button. Well... What is the matter, indeed? Kanade herself admitted it. The case has been solved, there shouldn't be anything wrong. But what is this feeling? I can't shave off this feeling that I shouldn't let the trial end like this. Like as if some unknown force is behind me. What is this unsettling feeling? Shobai. What? I want to ask you, as the person who almost single-handedly solved this case, are you sure we're going to be fine into the trial with Kanade as the culprit? What? I have no reason. I don't even know myself while I'm doing this. But I'm not just saying this, I'm serious more than ever right now. Sora, are you alright? You seem a bit weird right now. I don't think Kanade is the culprit. What in tarnation? Sora, what are you on about? Even I'm confused right now. Well, the thing is, I'm sorry, I don't know what I was on about. Sora, perhaps the long trial has taken a toll of you. You look tired, though. Right. I mean, the case is basically over right now. Please, just once more. Let's discuss this once more. We missed something. I feel like I missed something very important. But there is literally nothing more to talk about. Although I can't give a good reason, please believe in me. Think of you. Even if you say so. No, I do what the girl says. Shobai? I thought it was over as well. But there is something left. We need to discuss that something. I mean, for me, you're basically extending my life a bit, so I don't mind. But as the culprits, I don't know what there is left to do. So see. Is Kanade not the culprit? I don't know. But I know I shouldn't let the trial end this way. Then I'm gonna trust Sosi. Honestly, I cannot grasp the reality of the situation. I don't have any memory of today. Kanade is killing Suka. And I helped that? I don't want to believe any of that. So even if I'm terrified, I'm gonna trust Kanade once more. Kanade is my sister after all. What? Seriously, what is going on with this trial? Sora. You know what? I don't know what is going on, but I'm on Sora's side. Me too. I'm gonna trust Sora. A little more discussion isn't going to hurt anymore after all. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. I honestly can't understand the logic behind all of this. I don't know what I have done, nor do I know if it was the right thing to do. It was as if some force other than my own conscience was controlling my actions. I might be troubling everyone with a random thought that has no basis. But I still cannot go against this force. All that's left for me is to follow it. The Scrum debate is about to begin. Oh, it's this thing. Well, I have a skill that kind of fixes the whole thing for me. But it's basically how they're gonna say something and I have to find something that contradicts what they're saying. Yeah, just cool music. Five versus 6. 6 versus 5. Whatever. Is Kanade or Tokonoji the culprit? She's the culprit. She's not the culprit. Scrum debate. I'm the culprit. What more should we discuss about this? Kanade is not the culprit. We must have made a mistake somewhere. We solved every trick. Can we let this in? There may be some unsolved trick left. I believe in Sora. There's nothing left to discuss about. What's wrong with you guys? We won't know for sure until we actually discuss the matter. It's not like we have any other theories. It's just a waste of time. So what is he trying to suggest in theories? You just try to discuss more about the case. Are you suggesting the involvement of a third party? Then we'll be back to square one. Third party my ass. Quit your bullshit. Are you saying that there was another suspect that even I will be covering out of? There are no other suspects, however, we cannot end the trial like this, trust me. Oh yeah, I have to spam. Okay. Oh my god. It's a true demon. Save the game. So why are we going on about this? We should listen to what Sora has to say. You know she's not the type to do this without any reason. About that, I don't know the reason myself. But we should talk about this more. Then maybe we get rid of this unnerving feeling. But the culprit has already been exposed. Is there nothing left to talk about? Anything. Oh, why don't we have a small chat like the friends we are? You know why I agree with that girl? I also felt that something was off. But I didn't notice it until she mentioned it. We've definitely solved all the tricks. The culprit is Kanade Otokonoji. But is that truly all there is to it? I feel like there's something more to this. That kind of feeling. Exactly, Shobai. I feel that too. Like we missed one last thing. Would you stop sharing that just between yourselves and let us in? Sora says she didn't know why she felt this way. But Shobai, do you know the reason why? There are two things that I felt suspicious about. First, what happened to the missing abdomen of Setsuka Chibuko? Oh yeah, that is still missing. Secondly, why did Hibiki Otokonoji help her sister with this whole affair? The missing abdomen and the reason for the cooperation? Let's talk about the first one. I mentioned about the victim's missing abdomen during the material a while ago, remember? I said it was because of the difference the wound marks would have made based on which hand they used. Kanade was left-handed, and to hide the stab wounds, she threw away the torso. Thanks to the info, we were able to suspect her. But where is that abdomen really? They would have gotten rid of the abdomen as well as some of the intestines. You could drain the flesh bit by bit down the drain, but... Eek. But that's not the important part. The important part is, was that really the only reason? Since you've all so kindly admitted your crime, I wanna ask you, did you really get rid of it just for that? Of course, it what you deduced, remember? For my inspection, the only lefties here was Iroha and me. If I didn't take care of that, you would have come back later to bite me. I did try to abuse this to free Iroha, but that plan also fails. How could you? Really? Huh? I'm not the type to brag, but I got an eye for talent. You, a person with a big of a brain, of all people, wouldn't have done things this sloppily. You say that, but in the end, Kanade did choose this method, right? She herself admitted it. If this was done by spur of the moment, she might have taken this route. But from drugging bubbleheads to rigging the gate records, she definitely planned this way ahead of time. A double-layer trap to framing her own sister as a culprit, and as a plan B framing bubbleheads. And even after she was busted, she calmly pointed out contradictions to the theory of her being the culprit. And that same person forgot about the stab wounds, precipitously used her left hand, and only then took care of it. She might have not known about the difference between the stab wounds beforehand. Have you been listening? Have you even been listening? By looks of her dismemberment skills, she's used to this kind of business. I can guarantee that there was no way that a person of that level didn't know about the stab wounds. About wood. But she's the ultimate guitarist. Considering her profession, is it unlikely that she would have reached that kind of level? While the ultimate philanthropist had a killing sheet at about 99 girls killed for his sister. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that the ultimate guitarist could have something similar. If she really did murder Setsuka, she's probably a void. The void is a criminal syndicate, so that might be entirely possible. Shobai does have a point. The fact that she got rid of the abdomen means that she would have known she would have been caught by the left-handed stab wounds. If she knew that, she could have just stabbed Setsuka with her right hand. Why would she have gone through the hassle of getting rid of the evidence? It's just that I only realized it after I stabbed her. As you might have already guessed, the knife used to stab Setsuka was the folding one that is in everybody's room. I stabbed her with my left hand without much of a thought. Only then I realized the potential danger of leaving that kind of evidence. I never imagined that there would actually be someone who's suspecting me because of that, but that may be turned into a reality by you, Shobai. That's how there is to it. You who planned this whole mindfuck stabbed her without much thought. Okay, now I know you're hiding something. I would have definitely found another method. Even I cannot think of any options off the top of my head right now. Using her right hand to create a more stab wound so the stab wounds wouldn't be visible, and repeatedly stabbing her with both hands so that we won't be able to tell which one was the first blow. Are we continuing this? Do you know what I hate the most? Repeating useless stuff that's already over. Just execute me already. Wait, Shobai. Enough about that. What about the second suspicious thing? The reason Hibiki cooperated. You really didn't go over this detail during the trial. But why do you think Hibiki Otonokoji cooperated with this? It's so weird saying the right thing that it actually trips me off. Huh? I don't know. Why did she? Didn't Kanade mention something about the altar? That she believed that sacrificing Setsuka's body would grant her wishes? That's right, the motive video. Kanade said that her video featured her parents, right? She helped get Setsuka to save her parents. If it meant to bloody her own hands. Wait, is that really how that went? Yuki? Even if she really believed that concept and put her body on the altar. That definitely is possible, but that's not how she did, right? She disguised herself, tricked the gate draggers to get with Kanade. Isn't that weird? All she had to do to grant her wish was to put each body part on the altar. There was no reason for her to follow the rest of the Kanade's plans. You're right. Hibiki wasn't quite herself this morning, granted. But it wasn't like she had lost her mind or anything. Even if seeing Setsuka's dead body made her go mad, this is not normal. Maybe you should think more about this. Maybe you should ask Kana about this directly. Hibiki, why were you this cooperative to Kanade's plans? Even if you ask me, I have no memory of this. I don't know what's what. Considering that she's been next to useless at this trial, that would be a waste of time. The trick would have worked without Hibiki having Kanade with everything through. Why did she agree to all this? If it succeeded, she would have died, and if it failed, her sis would have died. You're right. Come to think of it, it's pretty weird. The culprit is only one person. Hibiki doesn't have any benefit by becoming an accomplice. Ah. Shobai? That's it. So that was it. Holy macro, this one's gone bonkers as well. I got it. A crazy theory that solves all your questions. Really? What is it? Hibiki Otokonoji, you are also the culprit. Huh? The culprit's Kanade, isn't it? Did you even hear what I said? I said also. They're not just accomplices, they're both the true culprits. What? What are you talking about? That's impossible. There should be only one culprit according to Castral rules. Isn't it against the rules for there to be two of them? Since when did I say rules say so? Did the rules say so? What? Don't believe me? Pull out your handbooks right now and read Rule 6. Hold on a sec. Rule 6. If two murders each performed by different bracken occurs consecutively, only the one committed earlier is acknowledged. The part we need to focus on is the part about consecutive murders. One sec again. The part we need to focus on is the part about consecutive murders. This is considered when there are two different Blackens separately killed two different victims. In the case of two separate Blackens targeting one victim, there is no rule specified, but also they kill together. Both of them holding the knife in one hand, just venomous clash. Is that what you're saying? Wait then, what happens if something like this case happens? If it is in a special case like Rule 6, normally the person who last injured the victim, while they were still alive, becomes the culprit. What do you mean by that? Put it simply, let's say Iroha stabs Teruya with a knife. If I stabbed the dying Teruya before his last breath, I would become the Blacken that killed Teruya. It is kinda like what happened in the last game. It was the second case. There was a whole thing about a leg, but well, they ended up being something like this. So it becomes a game of who made the last shot. I see. If there were two separate victims and culprit pairs, the one who took the place earlier gets prioritized. But for two killers and one target, the one who made the finishing blow is the culprit. Excuse me, did you really have to use me as an example? That still means that only one person can become the culprit in the end, right? You still don't get it. If the person who makes the finishing blow takes the name for the Blackens, then if two people injure the victim at the same time, they both become the culprit, capiche? They didn't outright stab her, they knock her out and stab her together at the same time. You're out of your mind. Even if they stabbed her together, there should have been some time difference between them. If one stabbed her just a bit later than the other, then that person would have been sole culprit. Oh really? Then let's take it to judge. Your bird. Bird? I prefer to be called a crow. I'm gonna call you a penguin. That aside, Rule 6 you say. That was put in there just in case two separate murder cases happened in the span of one day. Imagine the troubles you would go through solving two cases in one trial. It's a defense against that. But in this case, it's a bit difficult even for me. If they injure the person at the same time, indeed. So it is possible or not? Theoretically, yes, but in reality it's next to impossible. If a murder occurs anywhere, the high-tech sensor of Tsurushima detect will hit the last down 0.001 seconds. If anyone was even a little late, they would become the official culprit by the records. You see, it's impossible. What if they get it down in the same 0.001 seconds? Well, I measure it down to 0.0001 seconds. And if they do it within the same 0.00001 seconds. Yo, Shobai, what are you leading up to? If the time difference was next to zero according to the records you're saying? Well, if it was that pinpoint, then I admit it. They both become the Blackens. Fucking bingo. Wait. That's only theoretically possible, remember? Even if they thought they did it at the same time, there's naturally bound to be some time difference between them. Unless they were machines or something. Nike's right. I mean, I am capable of doing everything right. But for my sis, it would be impossible. Why the sudden passivity? Are you hiding something from us? What did you say? It would have been possible for you twins. If my theory is correct, then that was exactly why you couldn't have let the torso be. Of course, I'm not saying this would be any basis. The proof that you two can do it with exact timing, but it's ironically provided by the news is over here. Huh? What do you mean by that? Do you guys remember the interview that News did on the twins back at the second island? How on earth would we remember such a minor thing? How rude. My interviews are never something minor. Of course, I always remember every detail of my interviews, even have it written down. Why do you remember that? This isn't the focus here, just shut up and listen. If you have it written down, then that's better. Read the part about the secret behind the synergy. Let's see here. So you two have shown a fantastic performance, especially the unbelievable synergy between you two. What is the secret behind the synergy? Well, we do practice day and night, but we're not like any other twins. We are two as one. If we're in beats, we can play in a margin of error less than seconds. Is that right, Kanade? Oh yeah. I see. So the fact that 2 twins is a crucial factor. This is a scoop in itself. He's unstoppable. Well, as Shin said, we better get going before it gets too late. You gotta be joking. Wait, does this mean? Now you get it? It's not a completely outrageous idea we're dealing with. And they said that comment yourselves. Even Kanade Otonokoji affirmed this fact. For these two, it would have been possible for them to use their special sense as a bit of beat to stab, simultaneously, without any error between them. Or they can just hold the same knife, you know, like Kanade's left hands, Hibiki's right hand. They kind of do like this side hug while holding the knife, and then they go. That could be a thing. They don't have to hold each different knife and just go blarsh. They really did it. Wait, I feel like that's a bit exaggerated playful comment by Hibiki. Logically speaking, this should be possible for 2 separate people. This is possible within the bounds of logic, you meathead. Meathead? I met a lot of people around the world working as a trafficker. There were a lot of weird bunches when it came to twins. Twins who had the exact same physical abilities, twins who could reach each other's minds. Twins who had the ability of performing a surgical procedure, where in a way they would share the same brain, to the point that one would become Lucio, the one on the left, and Ricardo, the one on the right. It's not exactly these their names, but it's a character in Cyberpunk 2077, go check it out. It's about time I met ones that had identical rhythmic senses. Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins, right? Except for the booba. Hibiki has no game. They say that identical twins are almost the same down to the genetic level. They usually have the same personality. You know the stories where twins who were separated still lived similar lives when they were apart, right? I see. If this theory were to be true, then that explains the reason they got rid of Setsuka's torso. If they were able to time the stabbing with a rhythmic sense, they must have used their primary hands, the hand that they use when they're playing the instruments. They probably couldn't risk one of them forcefully trying to use the other hand and failing. That would also explain why they couldn't have made these additional stab wounds. Until Setsuka was most surely dead, they would have had to leave only the stab wounds that they made simultaneously. Because it is a season where the one person who lies injured the body becomes the culprit. But couldn't they have stabbed her after she was dead? How would they get rid of the torso then? No, that's impossible. A stab wound made before and after the person dead differs in appearance. If they managed to stab her simultaneously on the first try, they would have then waited for Setsuka to die naturally. That means she died of a shock from blood loss, which would have taken a lot of time. If they created a stab wound after a period of time, the difference between that and the first one would be some found. Then someone like me would have questioned it, thinking it was suspicious. How exactly can you distinguish the two? Go read a book about it in the library, dipshit. I was just curious, okay? Why you gotta be so mean? It's the heart. The difference is the heart. If you get... Okay, let me go with my little sociopath way of thinking again. But if you get stabbed when you're alive, your heart will make the blood flow a lot faster, which means you're gonna gush a lot more blood a lot faster in a shorter period of time. But if you get stabbed when you're dead, you don't have the heart factor, so you just have the normal flow of blood through pressure out of your body. So the amount of blood you actually lose when you're dead is less. That's why it's very important if you see someone getting like in a traffic accident or something and they start panicking, it is very important that you keep them calm, because if they start panicking, their heart rate is going to increase. They're going to go like, oh my god, it just makes the blood flow starts going crazy, and depending on the wound, it just gets worse and worse. So it's very important that they keep calm. Not because it is a traffic accident, but because they're gonna die slower. He's starting to learn a lot of the possibility of them both being the culprits. One more thing, you know what's scary about that girl? During that very interview, that girl clearly showed distress when her sis was giving out info without any thought. And when the first trial started, that girl asked Protocol about the existence of accomplices. In other words, Kanade Otorokoji was already planning a double blackened murder way back during the first trial. This can't be. Kanade helped us murder numerous times during the last two trials. That was obviously an act to hide her true self. I myself didn't know what I was dealing with until this trial today. In the end, every decisive testimony, one way or another, all started from that damn foolish sister. You could have let the stab wounds be, since only I would have been able to tell the difference. But because we were taking that interview into account, you had to get rid of the abdomen. Identical down to the genetic level, huh? Ironic. You two couldn't have been more different. Shobai. That feeling of discomfort has vanished with your theory. This was it. That Kanade being the culprit wasn't all there was to it. Hang on. If they are both the culprits, then if we didn't listen to Sora was just voted for Kanade, why did we vote for only for Hibiki or Kanade? We would have been wrong and would have been punished. So Sora was right in the end. Amazing how did you think of this? I did nothing, honestly. Shobai did most of the heavy lifting. So the two of them did it together. Is that the public opinion right now? Honestly, still have doubts about this though. I agree. As much as I want to trust everyone, we have no evidence or display. Sure, we have no concrete proof. But this theory here to be true, then we can also explain Hibiki's cooperation. If they both become the Blackened and win, they both get to escape the islands. So Hibiki had an incentive to become an accomplice. This is the true ending of this trial. The Otonokoji twins were the true culprits of this case. What about the penicillin? I don't get it. Oh, Sora, do you really think that makes sense? I and I alone was the culprit. You think you're something special, real special after hearing that disgusting theory from Shobai. I tried to admit my crime and die peacefully, but it seems like I can even do that without taking a crack in your damn theory. Open your fucking ear holes and listen. Roboto showdown now I don't need to. It's the same thing except from being a sword is a bow. It is very slow as well. Advanced somehow. But there are no logical contradictions. Most importantly, if you're the culprit, and why is it so fast? Then why are you this desperate about the rebuttal? I can't even... without any evidence. Kanade is putting up a tough fight. I have to back down for now. I need evidence, a clue that is not used just yet. He's so tough. I just have to get to the no evidence and shoot it as fast as I can. Almost died. I almost died. Let me check something real quick. This is a long ass stream, isn't it? Even forgot to mute my microphone. Proof? You say there is no proof. Obviously, it was impossible from the start, a flawed theory. Let me ask Shobai himself, do you have any proof? Yes? And you claim you saw, and you claim to say you know something that even Shobai isn't aware of. Of course not. In the end, this was all just a baseless theory. No, I do have proof. What? After hearing what Shobai said, I looked through every evidence I found once more. There was one single evidence that didn't have any place anywhere in the theory. Yeah, nobody knew what it was for. The bottle of antibiotics near the pool. Antibiotics? I don't recall ever seeing that by the pool. But antibiotics in the pool? That's a pretty weird combination. How was that doing that? We can deduce its use if we combine it with Theria's testimony. Theria, when you testify about the blood packs, did you mention another chance in the infirmary? The infirmary? Oh yeah, the medical kit disappeared for a while and somebody put it back. What are you talking about that? Medical kit? So what's the bottle from that kit? Well, I checked the inventory for each room 3 times in a day, morning, lunchtime, and evening. And the medical kit was definitely there yesterday evening and disappeared when I checked the room this morning. I was gonna tell you guys, but I wasn't like it was a murder weapon, and you just assume somebody needed it as an emergency. Then I saw it sitting there back in his place at lunchtime, as if nothing had happened. So that means somebody used the medical kit this morning, right? Why does it have anything to do with the theory we're dealing? Looks unrelated to me. As Theria said, a medical kit can be used to kill someone. And since we're dealing with a murder, a medical kit used to save someone since far off from evidence we're looking for. However, I don't think that's the case. This was an insurance used by the coppers to create a double blackened situation. Insurance? You said that they used their primary hands to stab Setsuka simultaneously without any error, right? But as Shobai called it out, Kanade is an extreme perfectionist. What if they managed to fail the timing? Oh no, they didn't. They were gonna use to heal Setsuka back up if it fails. Exactly. Kanade had taken the medical kit for that exact reason. Preposterous. How could you know if you had succeeded or not in the first place? Dude, Monochrome exists for a reason, you know. So they stabbed Setsuka together and called Monochrome to check if they could accept a double blackened murder. Is Monochrome even allowed to tell them that? I mean, there is no reason not to. Telling the blackened that they are blackened shouldn't be a problem, right? I mean, just because no one ever did. Majority of people just like stab and kill and then do the whole... make the whole thing happen. There is no problem. I mean, there is a problem if you think you killed the body and then you just ask Monochrome and they was like, yo, did I kill the body? Monochrome is like, I don't know. Who's to say? Okay, so maybe there is, again, as always, some exceptions. That aside, that bottle was decisive evidence. I never saw that during my investigation. Why the hell did you find that? I just kinda saw you rolling around in the pool. But bullshit! I never even opened that damn thing. There is no way I dropped it. What now? Never opened the thing? You should have said that you never even took it, idiot. Now you've admitted yourself that you took the medical kit. You realize that, right, Kanade? No, this isn't... You're making a mistake like that. That wasn't very like you. Why's the bottle being on the ground that nonsensical? That aside, did she just confess it herself? Unbelievable. Even if I had dropped it, I wouldn't have heard you dropping considering its size. But at least very least, I would have noticed the weight decrease from the medical kit. I didn't even leave it to Hibiki. I did this part myself just in case stuff like this happens. Unbelievable, me making a mistake like this. No way, what rotten luck. It seems like for the first time in this trial, we're able to see you getting truly flustered, Kanade. It seems like for the first time in this trial, we are able to see you getting truly flustered, Kanade. Well, we don't know the truth if you did or do not open the medical kit in the end. But if you were just surprised by these accidents, Then for us, I guess it was truly luck from the heavens. Kanade, so can I take that as a yes? That both of you and Hibiki murdered Setsuka. Unbelievable, this can't be happening. It doesn't make any sense. This can't be... If you still can admit it, then I'll go over this case from the start. You won't be able to skip this anymore. Please! Closing argument is just a comic. Do you want to see the explanation now? Actually, I am to the point, but I want to see the story, but I just want to do the minigames. Okay, it's this one. The sleeping pill was preparing a morning meal with everyone else still sleeping. It's been going for so long. As soon as it hits morning, the killer sent a message calling Setsuka to the pool. Before heading to the pool, the killer picks up the blood transfusion packs and medical kit. The killer who arrived at the swimming pool attacked Setsuka. No, it's not this one. The other culprit was called into the pool. The first culprit handed a handbook over the gate. The second culprit used the handbook on of the first culprit to enter the pool. The two culprits who entered the pool at the same time stabbed Setsuka and became the blackened together. Stab it. After leaving the pool to get the necessary tools, a no-entry sign was placed on the gate. The culprit accidentally dropped an antibiotic from the medical kit while leaving the pool. The culprit returns to the pool with the tools and started cutting Setsuka's body into 10 pieces. The second killer disguises as the first killer after the dissolution is over. The culprit uses Setsuka's handbook and messages Iroha to meet at the Mirror Mansion at 18. After calling Iroha, the second killer maintained the disguise and was on the move. Iroha notices the second culprit entering the ghost house. After entering the ghost house, the culprits broke the breaker wire and made a power outage. Power outage. The culprits who had finished preparing the parade disguised as the first killer joined the group. At the same time the train moved from the monorail station Block C, the culprits waited there. The culprit took the monorail and put the body in the chimney of the ghost house. The culprit performed an extraordinary method by throwing them in piece by piece. The monorail goes the same way back and forth between Block A and C, succeeding in landing the pieces in the chimney. It's this one. The first killer who safely moved the body to the ghost house got off the monorail and hid in Block A, warehouse. Meanwhile, Setsuka doesn't arrive at the parade, so the group decide to look for her. The second culprits who entered the Block A warehouse but didn't fight Setsuka passed the baton to the first culprits. Pass the baton and move forward. The first culprit, who confirmed the ghost house was empty, signaled the second culprit. The culprits who entered the ghost house with the torso after receiving the signal. The whole torso and the remaining corpse pieces, which has been previously removed, were placed on the altar. Finally, after moving the screen at the entrance to create a space, they used the blood transfusion pack to make it bloody. The culprit is ready to hide behind the screen and waiting for the body to be found. Ah. Danganronpa. Early in the morning when everyone was still asleep, the corporate was already busy at work. Using the fact that Mikado prepares the breakfast early in advance, they put sleeping drugs in the coffee at Iroha's seat. This was to eliminate any alibi Iroha might have in the afternoon. And when day broke, the case began for real as the corporate called Satsuka out to the pool. Before they headed to the pool, the corporate took a large quantities of blood bags and medical kits from the infirmary. Since it was already gone by the time Teruya checked in this morning, this was the only chance they had to take them. Then they arrived at the pool and attacked Satsuka. They didn't quite kill her just yet, but only knocked her unconscious. Immediately after this, the corporate signaled another corporate on this case on the pool. Yeah, this was the first time that two people were both the culprits of one murder. Here, the first culprit handed the handbook to the other culprit over the gates. This was to manipulate the gate records, a crucial trick used through this case. The second culprit entered the pool using the handbook they were given. The in records of the first culprit and the Satsuka already existed in the gate records database. So when the second culprit entered to the gates, the results showed an outs record of the first culprit. The second culprit was able to enter the pool without using their own handbook and invalid records. Next, the two stabbed the unconscious Satsuka simultaneously with a knife. Originally, the one who stabbed the leader would become the real culprit, even if it was a matter of milliseconds. However, the killer had an extreme sense of rhythm, with each other enough to a point this difference was undetectable. It was because they were twins that had ultimate talents related to rhythm. After confirming the fact that they stabbed her at the same time, the first culprits left the pool. Here they used Satsuka's handbook to make it seem like there was nobody at the pool according to the records. As she was leaving, she also put a sign that said "Pool sanitation time, please do not enter" in front of the pool. This way, no one else would enter the pool while they took out of the body. However, the culprit made a huge mistake here. The medical kit was prepared for an insurance to heal Satsuka in case they were mistimed stabbing her simultaneously. While they were leaving with the newly useless medical kit, a bottle of antibiotics had dropped from it. We're not sure how the culprits didn't notice this, but we were able to prove the double blackened theory using this evidence. After the culprit left, she re-enters the pool after 3 hours with the tools she needed. The 3 hours were left blank intentionally to frame Iroha in the near future. Once they had the tools they needed, they began doing their business for a few hours. And by business I mean cutting up Satsuka's corpse into multiple pieces. The reason they dismembered her body was to transfer the body to a different place, which we'll get to in a moment. Here they got rid of the abdomen that had marks that showed two people, one left-handed and one right-handed, that had stabbed her body. Once the dismemberment process was over, they cleaned the pool using tools and the second culprit disguised as the first culprit. They were twins, so a little bit of disguise was enough to make them completely indistinguishable. To correct their body shape, they put Satsuka's two hands in a plastic bag and pinned it on her chest. They needed Satsuka's hands with them to open her handbook for the tricks they needed to pull off in the future. By carrying the hands as a disguise, there was little like killing two birds with one stone. Because they carried Satsuka's hands with them, they were able to use their handbook freely, just like Emma did. The culprit then sent a message to Iroha using Satsuka's handbook. The message called her to be in front of the Mirror's mansion at 18. It was because of this message that Iroha wasn't able to participate with us during the parade. After sending the message, the second culprit leaves the pool while in disguise. She puts the sign in front of the pool back inside and walks her way to the blockade. After arriving at the ghost house, she undisguised herself and enters the ghost house while deliberately getting witnessed by Iroha. By getting witnessed by Iroha, the culprits later used this fact to frame Iroha and make her seem suspicious. However, amidst the rush of changing her disguise, the pins used to hold the plastic bags had dropped on the ground, which were used in this trial as an important piece of evidence against her. Entering the ghost house, the culprits ran up inside and cut the wires in the fuse box to cause a blackout. They also put out the fire in the fireplace, though this was because they needed it to be the way that all the other culprits would release the chimney later on. The blackout itself was so that others wouldn't notice what happened inside the ghost house. A little later, the second culprit redisguised herself as the first culprit and left the ghost house to join the rest of us at the parade. Of course, none of us even had the thoughts that the culprit had disguised itself as someone else, And so the second culprit was able to watch the parade with us without any suspicion. At the time, the culprit was waiting at the monorail at the Block C station. They had moved the corpse pieces to the station from the pool prior to the second person heading over to the ghost house. While the second culprit was over at the ghost house, the first culprit was busy with the work as well, getting rid of the signpost before leaving the pool, and putting the chess piece inside one of the parade dolls in the Block C storehouse. At 1810, the monorail heading to Block A arrives, and the first culprit began the process of moving the body. The method they use was to throw each body piece through the chimney onto the monorail goes past the ghost house, one by one. This method, while seemingly impossible for anyone else, was done with ease by the culprits. It made it seem like the corpse was teleported inside the ghost house. However, since the ghost house was next to the track that connected Block A and C, she only had 4 chances to throw the body pieces, considering the monorail is only active every other hour. And 7 pieces, even excluding the 2 hands and the chest that she stuffed inside the parade dolls, needed to be transferred. She calculated the monorail timetable, went back and forth between Block A and C. Using this method, they had exactly 7 chances to throw each body pieces in 1 hour, when the corporate perfect aiming ability transferring was done. After all the body pieces have been safely thrown inside the chimney, she leaves the empty-handed and heads to the storehouse. The parade was almost over, and the chest piece had been delivered to Block A by then. Meanwhile, the second culprit and the crew were becoming anxious about Setsuka's absence, and they began a search. Pretending to look for her and heading to Block A storehouse, the two Blackened meets up and switch places. The reason the second culprit disguised in the first place was to create an alibi, while the first culprit was busy throwing corpses on a monorail. And since that was finished, there was no reason for the disguise from then on. I had just finished investigating the ghost house and was leaving without any results. And after confirming that I left, the first culprit signals the second culprit was still hiding inside the storehouse. The second culprit swiftly enters the ghost house with the chest piece they hid inside the storehouse. Here she uses Setsuka's handbook, so there would be an ID without an outs record at the ghost house. After this, they put all the body pieces, including 2 hands used for disguise, and the pieces inside the fireplace on the altar. Once the setting was complete, they moved the folding screen in front of the entrance to create space, and started to flood the place with blood using the blood packets they prepared. This was to create the illusion that the crime scene was the ghost house, and the culprit dismembered the person behind the folding screen. They created a huge trail of blood leading to the altar, and spread some of the altar as well for good measure. After all this was done, the culprit deliberately dropped the hairpin in the altar, and sent everyone a message using Setsuka's handbook. The message has to vaguely remind everyone that the ghost house and was used to call everyone to that place. Then they hid in the space behind the folding screen, waiting for the others to arrive. As we arrived, we followed the trail of blood up to the altar without any suspicion, and ultimately entered the altar, where we found the body of Setsuka. And this was how the two culprits managed to move the body and fool everyone. The crow killers, who didn't just murder Setsuka, but cut up her body to pieces. The culprits who committed this atrocity of a crime. Kanade Otonokoji and Hibiki Otonokoji, the ultimate guitarist and vocalist. It was you two. Are you still going to defend yourself, Kanade? Hibiki is the same for you. You might not have memory of it, but the results of this trial shows the fact. The fact that you are also the one who killed Setsuka. That can't be. I'm innocent. I couldn't have killed Suka. Yeah, this is a dream. This is all a dream. Kanade could never kill someone, let alone me. Wake up, Hibiki. Hibiki, I'm afraid this is not a dream. Whether you remember it or not, you have committed a murder and lost your class trial. If the answer we're deduced is true, you'll soon be dead. What? Die? Me? But that is weird. I haven't done anything. Come on, guys. Kanade, say something to them. You can never actually kill someone, right? Kanade, don't just stand there, please. Help me. Like it always done. Like when we were young. Sis, when something bad happened, you were always there for me to take care of it. I'm sorry, I'm always being harsh to you. I apologize for everything. Just help me. Kanade ultimately lost the trial. Even she can help you in this situation. Ah. 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 She's gonna run. Let me out. I'm gonna break open this door. Now, Hibiki. The trial is still in session. Please return to your seat immediately. Let me go home. I hate it here. I need to save my parents. I'm so sick of this place. Let me out. Just let me out. Ah! Hibiki. Hibiki, calm down. I wonder, does that girl have any mental disorders? What? I've been keeping an eye on her since she was suspected during the trial. But something's off with that girl. I mean, the youngest sis is crazy bitch for sure, but the other sister isn't far off as I can tell. This is a warning. If you don't return to your seat, you will be severely punished. Shut up! Kanade? Sis, so adorable. Have no way to run, right? If you can avoid it, enjoy it. It is tragic that my plan has failed. But if I get to see my sister mostly swear for dying moments while I die, that doesn't seem that bad of a death. You've won. We were the culprit of this case. D. How much money did I get? Oh, that's a lot of power max. I mean, that's a lot of money. Here's some bonus. Rank C coins. But I got D. What? It's good that you solved everything, but this silence. Now that you reach an answer for real this time. It is voting time. I swear, if it gets interrupted again, I'm going to quit this job. Anyways, vote for the coverage with the switch in front of you. Since the answer you deduce is double culprits, which is a first in Danganronpa history, I specially prepared a panel marked Otonokoji twins in the voting screen, just for this occasion. If you truly believe that the two of them are the culprits, vote for that panel, capiche? Now, will that answer be the truth, or not? Now! Okay, no objections. And you'd think he would have a chapter 3 without two people dying. Nope. It's just not two victims, it's two killers. It's actually cool. But I'd like to save the game. Oh, I'm going to file 1. The real culprits were Mother Setsuka Chibukuro. Was Hibiki Otonokoji and Kanade Otonokoji. Correct. You got them both right. So they're both the culprits. To be honest, when I stabbed them together, I had a hard time deciding on what to make of it. A class trial is a system by definition that while multiple victims can occur in one case, no two students can be the culprits. However, I replayed the clip countless times, and no matter how you look at it, they stabbed her simultaneously. Even the computer couldn't detect the time difference. I had no choice but to admit it. In this killing school trip, the rules are absolute. And in this case, did obey the rules. My most honorable praise for the twins as they found a loophole in the rules and used their talents to pull off the feat truly impossible. I was confident I would win this trial. You would have lost if you voted for my sis, and that result would have changed even if you voted me. However you had voted for, I was going to be safe. And I even had a backup plan for Flaming Iroha. But for this plan to fail, I truly do not expect this to happen. I'm not gonna make Shinji's voice. My throat is actually hurting a lot right now. It seems like you underestimated both Shiobai and Yora. Shiobai and Sora. Oh, the dogs are gonna stop barking. Okay. If it wasn't for those two, honestly, I was mentally prepared for Shiobai. I can estimate the threat level of a person immediately at first glance. And ever since our first encounter, I always have been cautious about you. But Sora, where are you? Have nothing special to boot. And you can even remember your own talents? How was someone like you able to win against someone like me? Sora, what really is your talent? That's what I want to know. You... Twins, answer me. Why in the world did you murder Satsuka? Nike? What's wrong? I thought you didn't care about whether we died or not. Well, I do have an idea why you're acting like that. What's that supposed to... Forget it. It's not like I'm going to tell you anyway. That aside, you ask why we killed Satsuka, yes? Kanade, I can understand maybe, but Hibiki was very intimate with Satsuka. Why did Hibiki help murder Satsuka? Don't you get it, bro? They're voids, both of them. Obviously, that's the only logical reason. Happened last time, and the one before. We're trying our best to harmonize and survive, and they're trying to ruin it. Then, the two twins are both voids. Is that really how it is? Speak up, Hibiki, Kanade. And that's the dogs. Why the two twins the voids? Was that again the reason that this murder had to happen? You have 3 void survivors if we include Mikado. If the 2 of them are voids, we now know the identity of all 5 voids. And just when we're waiting for the twins to answer. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt this, but they don't speak another word, just shut up. I haven't even told you what I was going to say. You're being especially rude to me today, Teria. Well, I do have some important news. The thing is... So they're not voids, those twins. What? What do you mean? Why you the one decide that, so little? No, he's absolutely right. The Otonokoji twins have no relationship with the voids. Huh, but the voids were supposed to murder each... It seems like you're confused because the previous murders were all committed by us voids. But the voids are simply here for plan B. I've repeated myself countless times. Anyone can become a murderer. Can't tell that at a glance. The voids up until now strictly did things by the rules. They wouldn't dare do something this vague on whether it was against the rules or not. And that is exactly why I feel very conflicted about this. There was my poor void fellow when they were supposed to kill this time. What? But that means they killed someone when they weren't even a void. Why, if they weren't a void, what reason was there for them to kill someone? Ah. That's right, Yuki. We've made a mistake in thinking it was common sense that a void will always be the one to murder one of us. There was a motive for every one of us this time. The motive videos that Mikado gave us. That's right. Even I had forgotten about it. The black end of this case gets not only to escape this island if they win, but I also get to know the ending of their motive video. The motive video I saw didn't affect me anyway, but for the others things were different. It even came up during the class trial. Hibiki and Kanade said that their parents were in trouble in the motive video. That was their motive for this murder. Dang it, I should have been more careful. I was so focused on the voice that I forgot about something more important. Mikado, it's not because of you, forcing us to murder each other with motives or whatever. I'll never forgive you. Excuse me? It wasn't really like that. What? I said I didn't do it necessary for those stupid videos. My sister could have done it for her parents, but to be honest with you, I couldn't care less about those things. Those things? But they're family. My sister's the only family I got. And you said it yourself during the trial. I've been planning a double blackened murder ever since I heard about the rules of this class trial. The motive videos were distributed just yesterday. So how could those be the motives of a murder? Then why would you do such a horrible thing as killing someone? I don't know where to start. Well, everyone, take a look at Hibiki here. Let's start from there. What about Hibiki? Don't you think something's up about her? Hibiki? Hibiki, you're still part of this. Speak up. Sure, right? Oh my god, so cute. What the hell? Another? Everyone meets my lifelong project and the motive of this murder. So what do you think? What nonsense is that? I can't keep up with all this. So you don't get it? I tell everything one by one. Hibiki, hands. Do a backflip. That scared me. Say you love me with a smile. I love you, Kanade. Me too, I love you too, Hibiki. So... she lobotomized her. What is this? What is going on? Hibiki? Hibiki, wake up! Hibiki! It's no use. Hibiki in this state can only listen and react to me. How'd you do it? Hypnotism? Mind control? So that's what you meant by that. No wonder this little shit's actually makes sense. Shobai, do you know what's going on? How can I put this? The culprit of this case wasn't Kanade Otonokoji and Hibiki Otonokoji, but more like Kanade Otonokoji and also Kanade Otonokoji. What do you mean? Speak some sense. Why the hell are you always shouting at me? The trial's over, so I'm not gonna give you two shits about you. Ask the girl herself. So, until I agree that my precious toy is adorable. Kanade, would you please kindly explain what is going on here? It's my pleasure. We two are gonna die anyways, after all. Do I finally get an explanation what is going on? We're going to talk about this. Everything started way back when we were young. We are identical twins, that's seconds apart from each other. I can't remember if I knew it instinctively when I was born, but I realized something when I was around 3 or 4. That is that I was better than Hibiki in every way. Are you talking about your talents? Everything. Talents, personality, skills, or whatever. But as I realized that, Hibiki must also realize that she was the lesser of the two. And ever since she acknowledged that, when we were young, she had been abusive towards me. And I was too young at that age, I didn't object to her actions. And I ended up giving in to her. Then one day, my mother told my sis to play with me for a change. But Hibiki back then loved Shiro so much that she replied she loved Shiro more than me. On those words, hurt a lot, especially as a kid. Shiro? Who's that? A puppy we used to have as a children. A small, kind, white teacup poodle who was very friendly with people. Even when I was being abused by Hibiki, I still loved Hibiki. I thought of her as family, and I wanted to get along with her. But when I heard that Hibiki liked some puppy more than me, I felt an uncomfortable wave of jealousy. As long as Shiro was alive, I was never going to get closer with Hibiki. That was when I decided to get rid of it. Get rid of it? What do you mean by that? What I mean by that? I literally got rid of it. The next day, when I was alone at home, I butchered Shiro with a kitchen knife and threw it away down the drain. What? You're kidding me, right? As small and wretched that thing was, it was still not a creature of life. That meant I had to cover up a lot of things not to get found out, but somehow all seemed easy. Probably because I was a genius. After a while, poor little sis was frantically searching for Shiro, but alas, she wasn't able to find it. Of course, she wasn't able to. What remained of it was probably indistinguishable from the silver sludge by then. So you killed C's favorite dog to get friendly with her. Like hell that would work. You're out of your mind. I know. As soon as I realized I did something wrong, I did feel a bit guilty. But the reaction Hibiki showed afterwards soon got rid of that afterthoughts I had. Instead of bullying me again for the loss of a puppy as I expected, she started to cry in my arms. Kanade, help me, what should I do? She cries. And that face of hers back then was the face of an angel more precious and adorable than anything I have ever seen. Since then, Hibiki turned into an extremely passive and weak state whenever she was mentally backed into a corner. And each and every time that happened, she cried to me for help, and depended so little on me. That was when I started to train my little Hibiki. Train? Unbeknownst to Hibiki, I had schemed multiple mental shocks for her in secret. All high and mighty, abusing her little sis by the day. But in reality, she was being mentally tortured by my very own sister. Being mentally weak, Hibiki in her shocked state cannot even remember what happened afterwards. And now, even in the innocent ignorance of her abusing her little sis without knowing anything about what happened off stage is so lovely that it drives me insane. And that's how I slowly, but surely modified Hibiki to my taste, ever since I was young. I've tried out numerous methods, but the best one is to eradicate Hibiki's most precious person. Like with Shiro, every time Hibiki make a close relationship with someone, I got rid of one of them one by one. Ayumi, her best friend during the grade school, got kicked from the top of the stairs and now she's stuck in the hospital, paralyzed for the rest of her life. The nerve of that girl. Your sister feels sorta creepy, so we should keep away from her. Honestly, that bitch deserves even more. Our middle school homeroom teacher that Hibiki had a crush on gave him an extra dose of muscle relaxant and beating him on a hill near the school. That pedophile pervert must have had innocent thoughts towards my precious Hibiki. So that was an act to save her from him. Even after we started our bands, there was a recording engineer, makeup coordinator, a manager. I got rid of each and every person connected to Hibiki. And now even the slightest of hardships because Hibiki to turn weak. She's more dependent on me than ever. Wait, what? So you're basically saying that Setsuka wasn't your first victim? No way, unbelievable. Yo, what's your body count? Well, I don't take care of everyone I kill. I guess around 60. Alright, you win. I mean, it has come to a point where I just get rid of everyone. Wait, what do you mean I win? Well, go back on that. What do you mean you win? How in the world did you not get arrested for all this? Well, it's either because I was too perfect, or because the cops were too stupid. My bet is both. That's why I told you. This was the first one that I actually failed. Is that why you killed Setsuka? Because she was friendly with your older sister. I didn't have to be Setsuka, so long as that person was the one most intimate to Hibiki. Though she did get on my nerves, to be honest. Anything that could help Hibiki recover from her mental state must be eliminated. Why for that reason? For what reason? Why are you so obsessed with Hibiki? Reason? How about I ask you a question instead? Do people need a reason to love someone? I love Hibiki. If you could have your loved one out yourself, anyone could have done the same. You're crazy. You're insane. I can't even hear another word from you. You don't deserve any sympathy whatsoever. Go to hell. Hold on a minute, Kanade. How does this story relate to Hibiki acting like a puppet right now? I forgot about that part. I guess it was around that time I made sushi out of your coordinator. When Hibiki realized that the coordinator she was close with had gone missing, she came to me crying. But something was different. She was bawling like usual, when suddenly her eyes lost focus and she didn't show any human reaction. And when I spoke out to her, she started to do exactly everything I told her to do. No complaints, no reactions, like as if it was controlling a game avatar. That might have been one of the happiest moments of my entire life. She's being controlled by my words. Just to thinking of it makes me... Afterwards, whenever Hibiki mental state took a certain amount of damage, she turned into a puppet. Like this. It only lasted for a short time the first time around, but in time it lasted longer and longer, until now I can just switch it on and off whenever I order her to. From that day onwards, my training goal for Hibiki had completely changed. If I previously trained her to only look towards me, I now train her to be the perfect puppet. My final goal was to make Hibiki my very own puppet all the time, regardless of the mental state. If we had to escape out this island after killing Setsuka, then maybe kill one or two more. I could have achieved that dream. What a waste. I see. So that's why Shobai said the culprit was Kanade and Kanari again. Kanade did this to Hibiki so that his sis could act as a duplicate and commit the ultimate perfect crime. When did it all start? When did Hibiki start acting like this? Was she already like this state when we met her this morning? No, she still retained herself back then. Though this skinny school trip, I was looking for the perfect opportunity. The point where Hibiki's mentally reached the threshold. Although the motive fear of her parents getting attacked, I knew it was time. So I just executed my plan that I had prepared. Your plan? Now that I've already been revealed, there is actually one more place that I used the blood packs for. What? As you have deduced, I woke up early and called Setsuka to the pool. Then I ambushed her from behind and knocked her out. And then I poured blood all over her unconscious body to make it look like she was dead. Why do such a gross thing? Because that was the trigger that would turn Hibiki into a puppet. I immediately called Hibiki out to the pool and made her enter the place using my handbook. Our innocent Hibiki entered the pool and so witnessed the fake crime scene. How could you react? If I had watched a disturbing video of her parents getting attacked the night before, only to see the bloody corpse of her best friends. As a person who controlled her mental state for years, I knew just how much mental damage it took for her to become my little puppet. The consecutive loss of her precious ones, the scream that my sis yelled, still gets me the chills. So when Shobai said the amount of blood used at the ghost house seemed to a lot less than the amount of blood packs taken. That was the actual reason why. How could you? Controlling someone as you please. She's even your family. How was I supposed to make stupid Hibiki cooperate with the plan if I didn't take control over her? She wasn't going to agree on killing someone in her normal state in the first place. This was all for Hibiki. She didn't want to leave this island after all. But that was all ruined by you people. Does Hibiki know any of this? Of course not. Hibiki loses most of her memories when she regains her sanity. So it would be next to impossible for her to know this. But Hibiki still cares about you, and I love you more than anyone. Kanade Otonokoji, as a human being and as a family. You really are the worst. Call me whatever you want. People come in different shapes and sizes after all. I didn't really expect you to understand me anyway. Yo, crazy girl. Not that it matters now, but let me ask you a question. You admitted your crimes towards the end of the trial, right? Wouldn't someone as smart as you have been able to find another way out back then? Now, what nonsense are you on about? Feels a bit weird. Like we didn't win for real, like she gave it to us. I wouldn't have been able to guess the double blacken part without Beetle. You might have still had a shot at winning the trial. I'd rather keep my dignity than struggle till I went down ugly. When the double blackened murder had surfaced, it was already game over for me. Moreover, I wanted to see Hibiki's despair. Despair? Honestly, I didn't have any regrets with my life. I already played with my sister to my heart's content. Of course, escaping this island and being together with a completely puppetified Hibiki does sound tempting. But nothing beats my desire to watch Hibiki's face full of despair. Not just any despair, the one moments before death, the one just before her life ends. The one last she'll take after her deathbed. One gripe I have about puppet Hibiki and mentally broken Hibiki is that her face is too predictable, making it uninteresting. Just imagine what my poor sis will looks like when she comes to realization what's coming for her makes me so excited. Yo, Albino. You talking to me? Do something about this, will ya? This girl's too crazy for even me to handle. You go to stuff like this, right? What do you mean by? Well, when I look around, everyone was silently looking away from Kanade. Rightfully so. My stories seemed to be out of this world even for me. A story from a fantasy world, one that was too insane for us to even comprehend. A degenerate who makes you want to throw up just from the fact that you were breathing the same air as her. That was the true identity of Kanade Otonokoji, a person who we once thought as a friend, as a classmate. But the worst thing was that she wasn't done just yet. I guess then. Now can we proceed with our finale? Oh, wait just a moment, Monochrome. Forgot to mention I found this while rummaging through her pockets. Would you care to explain what that is? This is chapter 3, and right at the end. Right at the end of the chapter, literally after the class trial, just waiting for people to die. And then I'm gonna end the stream because it's going for how long? 5 hours! Why is this so long? Oh, it's fine, it's fine. There's gonna be a VOD left behind. I'm gonna chop some pieces because I had some moments of like I had to leave the computer. But after that, there is always the VOD. This is a note that I found inside Setsuka's pocket when I killed her. I was so busy that I didn't even have time to read the details, but the fact that she had it on her body probably means that it was contain an important message for us, right? Setsuka? We'll read it now. Hold on. This... What does it say? Well. Wow, do I feel bad for you guys? What did you just tell us already? Mikado, you sure be alright. What? I'm not following you. Wow, it's just that voids. Wow, you guys have a tough road ahead as well. Kanade, what does the note say? This is a will written by Setsuka. A will? From Setsuka? It seems like in a case she was killed, she kept track of all the information she learned. Information? I don't recall Setsuka having telling us about that. She must have discovered something. I don't know why she didn't tell us sooner, but she must have found something big. Come to think of it, she was acting weird ever since we arrived on the third island. You're right. She did talk like something was up back when the mother was revealed as well. This really is big news. She kept this for herself. What does it say? Just tell us. I'm so sorry for this, but... I'll be taking this as keepsakes to my grave. No, Setsuka's will. Put it out, the info, bro. We're too late. I know the small star burns out in a matter of seconds. You... What the hell do you think you're doing? This note contains incredible information. Amazing skills that could be really damaging for Mikado. But what does that have to do with me? I'm about to die after all. I'll leave this and everything up to you, but are you expecting a silly dramatic ending like that? Unfortunately, I'm not that good of a person. Rather, I despise each and every one of you. You ruined my perfect plan of escaping this island with Hibiki. Yes, this is my petty revenge for losing the class trial. An adorable tantrum by me, if you will. Turn into ash. Oh god, no, please. You're being awfully persistent, Nike. Boy, do I wonder why you act like that. You little... Yoroko, calm down. Violence is against the rules. Now I can finally die without any regrets. Let's go, Monochrome. I'm sure I've prepared a wonderful and fitting execution for Hibiki and I. No, hold on. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there is still some things left to do. Have you all forgotten? The black end of this trial, the black end of this class trial had the right to know the end of the motive video, regardless of the results. The execution comes after that. Honestly, I couldn't care any less. Let's just skip to the good part and start execution. You may feel that way, but Hibiki begs to differ, don't you think? This class trial acknowledges both of you as black ends, so obviously she has the right to say her video's ending. Coincidentally, you two have the same motive video, so I just have to play one. I see. Poor sis. I guess it wouldn't hurt to let her know what happened to her parents after her death. Sis, wake up. Come on, look up and focus on your eyes on me. Returning to her own self again. Now. Hanare? Is this the trial grounds? Did I... Sis, we're going to be executed. But before that, you're going to let us see the ending of our motive videos as a prize for being the black ends. Come on, why did I watch it before we die? Die? Me? Don't you remember? You and I killed Setsuka and we lost the class trial. Can't be, I would never... Why would I get executed when I did nothing wrong? Please don't. And I don't wanna die. Hibiki, come on, don't cry. You're not a baby now, are you? Now come on, look at the screen. And as procedure, it is required to watch this video. Wait, why am I the one consoling her? Sis, aren't you curious about who really attacked Mom and Dad? At least we get the chance to know who did it. Or would you rather just die without not knowing what happened? Well, she doesn't seem like she's fine, does she? Well then, let's start the video. Don't kill me. Why would you? The huge screen over our head showed a video of a couple looking to be around their mid-40s or 50s getting stabbed repeatedly by someone. The man seemed like he was already dead, with the blood spilling out of his throat like a fountain. Finally, honestly, pleaded to her life. At least we get a chance to know who did it. Mom and Dad. This video is first-person perspective recording from the very person who murdered Otonokoji's parents. Being recorded on a cheap camcorder, the quality isn't quite something to write home about, but I can't watch any longer. This is too horrible. Monochrome, Mikado, who really are you guys? How did you get the footage of the twins' parents getting murdered? No, not just that, even the motive videos. How did you get your hands on those? Well, do I really need to answer that? Wait a minute. Now for the climax. The identity of the assailants will now be revealed. I'm sure you're more curious than ever, dear Kanada and Hibiki. So let's find out who done it. Oh. The person after murdering the couple was breathing heavily as they looked around. It was as if they were looking for something. The video wandered from place to place till it stooped at a full-body mirror at the corner of the dark room. And in that mirror, the reflection showed who the mystery assailant was. It's hot in here. The person in the mirror. The person who savagely murdered Hibiki and Kanada's parents was none other than Kanade herself. What? Kanade? What is going on? You even killed your own parents? You're kidding me, right, Kanade? Tell me it's not true. It was you? You killed Mom and Dad. How? I trusted you all this time, so then what is this? Mikado, would you care to explain this video? I never murdered my parents. Sure, that is definitely your house, but never did such a thing. Granted, I did plan to murder my parents eventually as a finale for my Hibiki puppet plan. But I had decided now it was too early. I don't know the exact details, as Monocro is the one who's controlling most of the skating school trip. But I can say for sure that both his videos and the videos that everyone received are certainly not made up in any way, shape, or form. I swear it's true, I'm a magician's oath. Nobody gives a shit about your oath, so that doesn't sound that convincing. I get that you're angry, but stepping on my pride like that. Wait a minute. So that's it. That's how it was all along. Amazing, I never would have guessed. What a twist. What's up with her? Wow, what a shame. For real, what a shame. Now to see the aftermath of this after getting to know such a big secret. And that's where the video ends. It seems like you realized something, Kanade. Don't you worry, I won't spoil anything for the rest of you. Hibiki and I will take the secrets to our graves. Students, I know this isn't the time to interrupt, but it's already past midnight. Everyone says that. Everyone says that Kanade reminds a lot of Kokichi. She kinda does, except that... well, there are some differences. And it is not just the booba. Kokichi didn't have any booba. The trial is almost over. Y'all need to get a good night's sleep for tomorrow, right? Come on, sis, it's finally time for the finale. Show me, sis, your most despairful last moments of your entire life. Just wash it pink. You don't come any closer, you monster. I don't wanna die. Why should I be the one to go? I didn't do anything wrong. Alright. Now I've prepared a very special punishment. For the ultimate vocalist Hibiki Otonokoji and the ultimate guitarist Kanade Otonokoji. Hibiki! Get away from me! Somebody help! For this case, since there were two blackens, we're going to have the same execution for both of you. Sora, help me! Nike, Iroha, Yuki, Shinji, Yoriko, just anyone save me! Now, let's do this. No! It's punishment time! That girl died laughing. That was horrible. She really is one scary girl. Hibiki and Kanade were executed. The third class trial, the third execution. And so another two have left us. Even though the execution had ended, nobody spoke a word. Perhaps it was because Kanade rattled us with her very last moments. Or maybe after 3 repeated defeats by the despair that is reality, we had lost even the strength to open our mouths. But to me, as of now, I had no way of knowing. Shobai, where are you going? Wow, we finished, right? We're free to leave now. Don't speak to me. Back then was only because we had a mutual goal that was a class trial. Now that that's over, don't bother me again, capiche? Dang it. Kanade was a human degenerate that deserved to die. But Hibiki... If what Kanade said was true, that Hibiki was really used in this case by Kanade, should have done something. Anything. So that this would happen in the first place. Damn it. Damn it. I'm gonna make my desk. There we go. Nike. Kanade. What a person she was. Now there's a person who I call Word of being avoided. I really do hope that the other remaining two learn a thing or two from them. Honestly, I don't have the strength to yell at you. Just leave us be. Oh dear, did I hurt your feelings? Well, I'm terribly sorry. But yes, as Monocro said, I had become terribly late. It had become terribly late. And Shinji, you're right. We shall all go take a rest. If you ask me, I don't feel quite good about this as well, although for a different reason. Well then, if you excuse me. Let's think positively, everyone. Terry is right. We're better off not having someone like Kanari among us. I mean, really, living together with a criminal like that, no thank you. Hibiki, well, she was pretty much unlucky to have someone like Kanade as a family. I thought you liked Kanade. You like Kanade, Iroha, but you depended on her for class trials. That was before I knew she was a total maniac. But no worries, we have Sora and Shobai on your sides. And now we have to do is prevent any murders from now on. So, please let's all smile. You think this is funny? What? Don't you get what kind of situation we're in? That was a murder. And we pulled through all that shit to win the class trial when the culprit wasn't even a void. We didn't get to know what Seska had investigated. There was still 3 voids. I know, that's right. There are still 3 voids left. There were 16 of us when we started. Now there is none of us left. That's almost half of us gone. And you're saying that we should think positively. You didn't have to say it like that. Just wanted everyone to feel better. Like hell we would. We have literally no hope at all now. Yuki, please don't take it out on Iroha. And calm down. What I feel the same. Bro. What? You said that you wouldn't let anyone die from now on, right? Well, now there's 3 more dead bodies to add to the count. Try harder next time, will ya? Yuki. Why is it like that? Why is everyone bullying me? Iroha, would it kill for you to read the mood for once? But... I'm sorry. Shinji, why did you let Yuki act like that? Act like that? Because he's right in every way. Didn't keep my promise. No wonder he's acting like that. Such a loser. Sora, why are things turning out this way? What did we do to deserve all this? I'm just so tired. Don't worry, guys. Teria? Find a way out. I'm an executive at the Kizaragi Foundation. The Foundation, no matter what, never lets despair get away with things. I will protect you, whatever it may cost. Whatever it may cost. After Daria left, those of us remaining one by one managed to drag our bodies out of the trial grounds. Yoriko, who couldn't stop her tears. Iroha, who looked somewhat nervous. Shinji, who looked to be deep in thought. No one spoke a word in the elevator back to the monocruise. This was a class trial, more tiresome than ever. You tell me it took 5 hours. It looked like it's only going to get harder from now on. What were you supposed to do? The first thing I did when I arrived at my room was to throw myself onto the bed. I didn't have the strength or the urge to wash myself or change my clothes. Perhaps I just wanted to escape from this reality. Was almost at the breaking point. Was only trying to act patient for the others who were in despair. I also wanted to cry my heart out, but like Yoriko. It felt painful. Yoriko's words just now rang inside my head. Why are these things happening to us? Did we do something wrong? Is this a punishment to atone for our sins? I had no idea. For now, my tiresome body had given up on everything, and I decided to give up on this wave of sleep. Are you there? Over here. Hey, why are you so startled? Do you have something to confess? Mikado, what's up? Why do you call me so late at night? What's up? What is up? I'll tell you what's up, you little stupid brat. Iroha Nihue. Are you even aware of the fact that you're a void? It was your turn last time. Emma stealing your spot. That I can understand. The corrections were made in the end after all. But if you ruin everything one time, you're supposed to make it up for the next time. There were supposed to be 2 victims this case. A double murder, you hear me? But let's talk about what exactly actually happened. Let's see. The cases were similar, and to top it off, 2 black-ends. How are we going to take responsibility for all this? Well, when I found Setsuka's corpse, I thought to myself, well, it seems like Iroha's finally pulling her own weight. I even marvel of your wits when the trial opened out, and you were the murdered. When the trial panned out, you were the murdered. But what the hell is this outcome? Honestly, I honestly couldn't have ruined these things this badly, even if I tried. Tell me, what did you accomplish on these islands? Well, I was gonna do something, but Kanade acted too quickly that I don't want to hear excuses, useless trash. I even gave you a tidbit before the motive reveal. You probably weren't even paying attention, were you? Are you making fun of me? Answer me. Why do you think I included someone as useless as you in our team? I told you before, you're just here to fill up the numbers. You are just here for the ride, so don't worry. But even so, shouldn't you at least do what you promised to do? If this plan fails, then your life is going down the drain as well. So you plan to do a kamikaze on all of us. Wait, but it wasn't my turn originally, and I didn't even have time to discuss the plans. So how am I supposed to do anything on my own? Use his power, for God's sake! You saw the class trial, didn't you? The outcome's already decided. You just have to do the will for it. You just need to have the will for it. Are you trying to make excuses when you haven't even done that much? But... well, as much as I'm disappointed in you, things did completely go south. It's still too late, so I'm giving you another chance. Think of it as an act of mercy. For I am very forgiving. Next talent, you're in charge of the murder there. What? But relax, there's nothing to worry. Everything will go as planned under his prediction. You just gotta wish for it. But the next silence is that person's turn, so I think I'll just... that person. You really think they'll still on your side? Just how stupid can you get? What do you mean? The damn breath betrayed us long ago. Didn't you notice something was off ever since we arrived on this island? Trying to ruin everything. I've already noticed it, and I'm wondering what punishment I should give out. I'm not doing this to you without any reason. Believe me, if that person was on our side, of course I'll ditch you and leave everything to them. Stats-wise, they are far superior to needers like you. So it's just me and you. Now you get why things are getting serious. If you understood, follow my orders. If you do so, you, me, and every one of us will regain happiness. Well then, I have high expectations for your marvelous murder case. Don't let me down. But what's the matter? Wait, don't tell me. You wouldn't dare think of backstabbing me like that brat, would you? I would never. Just do it. It isn't that hard. You only have to wait just a bit longer after all. The day of his resurrection is almost here. Now this is the end of our conversation. If we linger any longer, someone like Shobai is bound to find us, so we should head back. If I were you, I wouldn't dare think of betraying us for your own good. Sure, you're crying. What? Oh. And that's a change. All the tall ones are dying. Oh. Eighth note hairpin. Do I get the other one? I do. The 16 note hairpin. Would you like to save the game? Yes, please. Ah, no spoilers. And finally. This... Oh! I moved the microphone away. This is what? The longest class trial? Because if I compare to I think the first class trial, I did it with the investigation. Like the whole investigation. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm going for 6 hours, I'm tired. There is no voice acting in this game, so every voice that I make is coming, every voice that comes out is coming from me. I'm tired. I'm vocally tired. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, the first class trial, even with the investigation, it only went for like 4 hours. This is only the class trial. And even if I cut off, I am enjoying the game. I am enjoying the game. Oh, and the rest as well. I will enjoy my rest. My throat will enjoy my rest. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna save this game for the weekend. I've been trying, because I've been live streaming the game. I've been trying to do live streams during the evening hours. I've been doing them on my local time. I've been trying to do them around 10 p.m. Which in a game like this, and I end up going like to the very early hours of the morning. Like usually I end up like 4 a.m. sometimes 5 a.m. which means I'm gonna be dead for the whole other day. So maybe for games like this, I'm gonna save it for the weekends, while I can do the live stream during daylight hours. My stream element is still showing messages. I'm gonna control how often they come out. How many messages today? Oh god, the whole stream is just messages for stream elements. So I can like just sit down and focus for the whole day to do the live stream and stuff like that. Oh, I'm still gonna try to do something during the week. I just can't promise it's gonna be on daylight hours. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thanks for watching, as the message says. And goodbye. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm sweaty.